Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Live from Sunnyland Park in downtown beautiful Daytona Beach, Florida. It's time for Southwestern Athletic Conference softball here on the Countdown Network. It's the final conference home series of the season for the Wildcats as they welcome in the Mississippi Valley State Devilettes. Hello and a very warm welcome. My name is Michael Cirillo. Happy to have your company. Bryce Onoski joins me from the broadcast desk. Bryce, important series this weekend for the Wildcats because all important seeding on the line.
Seeding is everything at this point in the season. You're jockeying for that last little bit of push into the SWAC tournament, and the key for these Wildcats is you don't want to have to play Prairie View A&M in the first round. They're a team that mashes the ball. They've lost one game in conference play. Anything can happen in one softball game, but if you can do your part this weekend to try to jump up into those Eastern standings ahead of teams like Alabama State, Jackson State, put yourself in a position for a little bit of a boost, a little bit of an easier opponent in that SWAC first round. This is the kind of weekend series to do it. You can't take your foot off the gas. We've said it with baseball over the last weekend playing Mississippi Valley State. Don't take a team like this for granted. Go out there and do what you do and take the series.
The Wildcats currently fourth in the SWAC East standings. They can get as high as second, but mathematically that's not very likely. We're looking to jump maybe to third because Jackson State, Alabama State, who are tied and one game ahead of the Wildcats, respectively, play each other this weekend. We're hoping for maybe a sweep there and a sweep here so the Wildcats can jump to third. As the first batter to come to the plate to begin this series is the best hitter that the Devilettes have. It's Jade Smith. And the lefty hitter will face the righty, Haleen Gonzalez. First pitch is a strike. Haleen, all SWAC preseason first team and all SWAC first team last season on the mound. Here's the pitch. Bunt and a miss, and it's 0-2. Bethune-Cookman was picked to finish second in the SWAC East preseason poll right behind Alabama State, and I think both teams have underperformed to their lofty standards this season. Here's the 0-2. Upstairs 1-2.
Yeah, you talk about those maybe expectations heading into the season. I think for the Wildcats, where it's gone a little bit off the rails has been offensively. And this is a good weekend to kind of get your bats behind you, figure out what kind of offensive team you want to be, and take that momentum into the week and into the tournament.
Big cut and miss. Ball hits the dirt. Nice throw down to first from Tai Suyama, and there's one away.
Haleen Gonzalez, you want to try to get her a good little bit of tune-up over this weekend, maybe into the Jacksonville game on Tuesday, but she's certainly got the arm. She's certainly got the stuff to carry you in the SWAC tournament, but it's really going to be those bats that are going to need to pick up any slack that the Wildcats may face.
And there's a swing and a miss. This is India Ivy, the designated player. Haleen has been once again pretty good this season, if not excellent. A 3.69 ERA. With 2 saves, 14 complete games as well. She has been a workhorse in the circle the last 2 years for Laura Watton's club.
The consistency has really been the key, and that's, I think, the most important thing you can ask for anybody in the circle is just day in and day out, always giving you a chance. She never really implodes. She just goes out there and plays her game.
Gonzalez deals. First contact of the ball for a Valley bat today, but it's fouled back to the screen 1-2. India Ivy is the batter. She's batting 160 on the season. 5 runs on 8 hits, 2 doubles, and 5 RBI. And she taps it off of Gonzalez's glove to second. And safe down at first. So the first hit of the game goes to Mississippi Valley State.
Again, it's just not overlooking a team like this. Really want to avoid getting in trouble with multiple outs already on the board. Of course, that's just a 1-out hit there, but that's when you're really going to stumble is when you allow a team like that to kind of crack the door open later in innings.
Here's Talia Party. She pops one up foul. Party, a 185 hitter, 4 runs on 10 hits, 4 RBI. The Wildcats look to do what they did up in Itabena earlier this season, fouled away 0-2. As they took 3 games from Mississippi Valley. The first 2 pretty convincing, the last one closer. 11-2, 16-1, and 8-5. We'll talk about that 16-1 game when Mississippi Valley takes the field, because they're starting the same pitcher today that they started in that game. 0-2, outside at low 1-2. They throw back to first, and Clark dropped the ball. We'll also talk about, when the Wildcats come to bat, how this team's bats have come alive the last couple of weeks. They put up some crooked numbers in conference play and have mashed some home runs, something this team was lacking for the most part of the season.
Last team in the Southwestern Athletic Conference to hit one over the wall.
1-2. Fouled away. We'll do it again. Last home conference series for the Wildcats. They will close out their schedule on Tuesday with a doubleheader against Jacksonville here at Sunnyland. 1 out, 1 on, and the pitch caught on a miss. And there's a fastball, strike 3. 2 strikeouts for Gonzalez early.
Yeah, they've been convincing ones. These swings from Mississippi Valley State thus far have not been particularly close. Fanning at some balls in the dirt and some risers.
Well, that rise ball up by the neckline of the hitter is really hard to lay it off of because it starts about the waist. Runner goes. Here's Uyema's throw down to second and safe with a stolen base is Ivy.
I think a little bit of miscommunication there for the Wildcats defense. I think if the shortstop, Brianna Velasquez, is the one to take that ball, she might have a chance at the tag, but instead it was cut off by Kendall McCauley. A little bit in front of the bag.
The batter is Alexa Taylor, the right fielder for Mississippi Valley. And the pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Taylor batting .262, 7 runs on 11 hits, 1 double, 6 RBI. And this is not a team that has scored a ton of runs, just 82 on the season while giving up 290. And strikeouts side corner 1-2. But Coach Watton said in her series preview that this is a team you don't want to disrespect because they can get hot just like anybody. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Haleen Gonzalez gives up an infield single but strikes out the side. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 left. And we go to the bottom of the first. Devilettes nothing. Wildcats coming to bat. This is Bethune-Cookman University softball on the Cat Eye Network. Bottom 1 here at Sunnyland Park. No score, Wildcats and Devilettes. First of a doubleheader today as the Wildcats wrap up their home schedule this weekend. And it's Essence Gibbs to lead it off for Bethune-Cookman. Gibbs batting .244. And the pitcher is Morgan Gutierrez. It's bunted right back to her, and she'll make the play, one down.
You know, if you just look at the overall SWAC statistics page, this Wildcats team offensively doesn't strike you as one that's maybe struggled or hasn't always looked pretty this season. You know, they rank in the top 5 in runs scored as a team, but it just hasn't really been there when they've needed it. It's been some of the late inning collapses that have kind of hurt this team record-wise, but really the bats just haven't been something they can rely on all season.
Here's Jocelyn Davis. Watches one low and outside. Davis batting .272, 28 runs on as many hits, a double, and 8 RBI. The starting lineup for the Wildcats has been pretty consistent this season. As there's a strike at the knees, 1-1, with Sierra Clark really being the only one to go in and out of the roster as her bat has heated up and gotten cold. She sees some looks at DP as well. She's playing first base today. And that one's hit in the air to left field and foul. And the count will go 1-2. Morgan Gutierrez is a junior from San Antonio, Texas, in her 4th season at Mississippi Valley. On the year, in 72 and 2/3 innings pitched, she's got a 10.40 ERA. And she's got a 1-2 to Jocelyn Davis, right at a lefty. And there's a pitch outside, 2-2. For Gutierrez, she's given up 123 runs on 113 hits. 84 of those earned, striking out 17, walking 26. She's allowed 22 doubles, 9 triples, 2 homers, and 6 wild pitches, low 3-2. And again, an ERA of 10.40. She did play and start in that 16-1 game the Wildcats beat the Devilettes in Ida Bena earlier in the season. Ground ball right back to Gutierrez again, and she'll turn and throw to first, 2 down.
You know, it's interesting to see this Mississippi Valley State defense playing so far in on the infield, much like we saw in the Alabama A&M series here, where the Bulldogs just played so far in, were charging everything. But in that series, the Wildcats adapted to dumped everything either right over their heads or sometimes in through the gaps, and the infielders had to kind of run back on the ball, and it just really dominated the Bulldogs all weekend. So it's interesting to see Valley kind of start in that formation a little bit.
2 down, here's Brooklyn Scott. First pitch from Gutierrez is hammered to left field. That's going back to the wall, and it's going to be off the top of the wall. Sliding into second with a 2-out double is Brooklyn Scott. She missed a home run by a couple inches.
And those are the kind of ABs that this Wildcats team has desperately lacked in the last handful of years, and the ones that can really get them on the right track offensively when it comes to the SWAC tournament. This is a very slap-heavy team. But if you have somebody who could sit back on a ball, swing it like that, and hit one where no outfielder can track it down, extra base hits go a long way. Right now, set up with a runner in scoring position, 2 outs. Easy chance to crack the scoreboard early.
And you talked about the power. Here it is. Essence Gibbs. And the first pitch is a strike with the knees, 0-1. Gibbs batting .244. No, correction. This is Sierra Clark. Clark batting .373. 2 runs on 19 hits, 3 doubles, home run, and 15 RBI. And she grounds one foul, 0-2. Had the walk-off, in air quotes, double in the 3rd game of the Alabama A&M series to run rule the Bulldogs. Played it right on the hail sign of Hail Wildcats out in right field down the line. He's behind 0-2, and the pitch is way outside. 1-2. Something we learned about the Wildcats throughout the season is Coach Watton loves to move runners across. They'll steal aggressively. They'll bunt aggressively if they get a runner on with 0 or 1 outs. Not much chance of that here with 2 gone in the first. Pitch from Gutierrez in the dirt. Davis fakes going to third. Nice job behind the plate by Caitlin Harper to keep her at second.
I think the aggression on the base passes in many ways hurt this Wildcats team throughout this season. They're a little overly jumpy on the paths and maybe more than anything, not super composed, and it's hurt them.
That one smashed down the left field line. Foul ball. Now Sierra Clark, a couple feet away from a RBI there, as Jocelyn Davis was already halfway home by the time the ball hit the ground.
Yeah, that ball hooked right at the last minute. Looked pretty fair from here, but then kind of took a late dart into foul territory. Tough luck.
Clark's going to keep swinging, as she's done all year. Here's the 2-2. And she grounds it foul. It spins to the left of the line. And again, you can see Jocelyn Davis is taking off on contact. One of the faster players on this team, Davis. Or Scott, rather. 6 stolen bases on the year. Highest on the team is Joyce Bloom, who's the designated player, 14. Essence Gibbs, one behind at 13. 2-2 again. Clark watches it outside, 3-2. On deck would be Kendall McCauley if Clark reaches base. On a picture-perfect day for softball in Daytona Beach. Clark, ground ball up the middle into center field. There's a base hit. Coming home is Brooklyn Scott. She slides in safely. It's an RBI single for Sierra Clark, and it's 1-0 Bethune-Cookman.
And again, Sierra Clark, another a traditional hitter that is able to put a charge into the ball with so much pace that the infielders aren't allowed to catch that up. And instead of relying on kind of that base running and trying to do the little things right, you just do the next best thing, which is to smack one so hard that none of the infielders have any chance of getting to it.
Yeah, and Sierra Clark can sometimes get caught in the trap of, I need to hit this as hard as I can every time. If they're playing you down the line, there's a first pitch strike to McCauley. If they're playing you down the line, just get good contact, put it up the middle.
Really mature piece of hitting. Of course, able to work the count as well. Get in deep, put the pressure on in the base paths.
Pitch to McCauley, way out in front of the off speed, and it's 0-2. McCauley batting .262, 5 runs on 11 hits, 2 doubles, 2 triples, and 1 home run with 10 RBI. And she grounds one right back to the pitcher. Gutierrez is responsible for all 3 putouts, but the Wildcats do string together 2 hits, pick up 1 run. We go to the second 1-0 Cats here on the Cat Eye Network. Top of the second inning here at Sunnyland, 1-0 lead for the Wildcats. Alexa Taylor comes to the plate. Quick correction, Alora Edwards. Edwards, the reigning female athlete of the week at Mississippi Valley State. Against Alabama State, went 5 for 7 with 5 singles and an RBI, scored a run. First pitch low ball 1 from Haylene Gonzalez. You talked in the first, Bryce, about winding up towards the SWAC tournament. And playing these doubleheaders is a good way to start. Here's the 1-0, low 2-0, because you're going to have to play multiple doubleheaders once you get to that tournament.
I also think it's interesting to consider the alternative. Well, do you prefer to go in against a team like Mississippi Valley State where you can kind of get your numbers up, get your confidence up, and take some games, or would you prefer to go in against a top-seeded team like a Florida A&M or Prairie View and be challenged a little bit more? I'm not sure what this Wildcats team might prefer, but the bottom line is you deal with the hand you've been dealt. You almost kind of get both sides of it with Jacksonville coming in on Tuesday. You get a little bit more of a competent opponent in here to challenge you.
There's the ball high, 3-1 the count. In the season, Gonzalez walked 52, struck out 116. There's a strike, and it's 3-2. Lots of maroon and gold athletics to talk about today. Baseball starting a crucial series at Alabama A&M this weekend. They're should be playing right now. Breaking ball, swung on and missed for strike 3. Nice recovery by Gonzalez.
Really, the strikeouts have been, I mean, she's not a strikeout first kind of pitcher, as nobody really is in the world of softball, but Valley's kind of looked, some of these swings, especially later in counts when they've been forced to swing, have just looked like they're sort of just throwing the bats out on the plate and hoping something works.
4 strikeouts and 5 batters faced for Gonzalez. That one runs up and away to Brianna Troop. Yeah, baseball underway. Golf had a big week last week. Maroon and Gold Awards were Monday as the season kind of winds down for BCU athletics. Bunted foul by Troop, and it's 1-1.
Of course, golf does get one more go-round of it. A week from Monday, they'll be up the road to Jacksonville, TPC Sawgrass, playing the PGA Works.
Troop batting .333. 6 runs on 13 hits. That one high, 2-1. 2 doubles, 6 RBI. She is second on the team in batting average behind the catcher, Caitlin Harper. Fouled away, 2-2. Mississippi Valley State closing their season here in Daytona Beach this weekend. Fouled away, still 2-2. As they do not play again, and they are mathematically eliminated from the SWAC tournament standings.
BCU, one of only three SWAC teams to play one more game after this weekend.
There's another strikeout as the off-speed works for Gonzalez this time. 5th strikeout.
Up to 5 already. Her season high is 8. Her career high is 10. So she's hunting that one today.
Keep an eye on those numbers. We could have a record-setting day for Haylene. Of course, we'll have senior day tomorrow as the last conference home game.
Senior day for softball is always a fun one because us as an athletic communications office are always told to just relax because the softball girls do the public address portion of the senior reads. They really add a lot of personality to their reads.
0-1, swing and a miss. This is Hillary Victor, the shortstop. Victor batting .147, 10 runs on 10 hits, a double, 3 RBI. And an on base of .326. There's a ball outside 1-2. Victor leads the team in walks with 18. As if If you're in Central Florida today and you're not being outside doing something, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, we're in the last dying weeks of beautiful weather in the Sunshine State before we crank up the heat and we're miserable for 3-4 months.
But it is beautiful today. 75, not a cloud in the sky. Light breeze blowing in from center field. Off speed in the dirt, trying to get a swing from Victor, and the count runs full. Victor from Eagle, Idaho. And a transfer from Tyler Junior College in Texas. 3-2. Inside ball 4, and the second base runner is aboard for Mississippi Valley. First one via the walk.
Now batting for the Delta Devils, it's third baseman, number 22, Michaela Fleming.
And that's one, if you're Gonzalez, you might want to have back 2 outs, a chance to get out of the inning, and just missed it inside with the fastball.
And like I mentioned in the first, that's the kind of situation you'd want to try to avoid to put yourself in. Don't get ahead in a count in an inning and then let a little life back in.
There's a ball outside to Michaela Fleming. Fleming batting 171, 4 runs on 6 hits. A double and 3 RBI. She's only played in 18 contests this season. There's a fastball strike. Which, as a complete contrast to this VCU lineup, which has remained mostly consistent throughout the year, Mississippi Valley State has used a lot of players, and not many of them have played even the requisite amount of games to be eligible for the SWAC awards at the end of the season. Popped up foul and will hit the fence. Count 1-2.
Yeah, award season is coming up. Nominations are due at the end of this weekend for SWAC SIDs. Be interesting to see who, if anyone, this Wildcats team can try to knock onto that list. First team, second team. Haylene Gonzalez, of course, always has a shot.
Preseason pitcher of the year. All SWAC first team last season. Runner goes. Here's the throw down to second. And this time the communication is flawless. Brianna Velasquez applies the tag, and that's the end of the inning. No runs, no hits, and nobody left on with the caught stealing. We go to the bottom of the second. 1-0 Bethune-Cookman here on the Cat Eye Network. We go to the bottom of the second here at Sunnyland. Brianna Velasquez leads off. 1-0 Bethune-Cookman as they strung together a double by Brooklyn Scott and a single by Sierra Clark to crack open the scoreboard in the first. Middle to bottom of the order going to try and do damage here with Velasquez. Velasquez batting the highest average on the team of players that meet the requirement of 2 plate appearances per game and 75% of games played. She's batting .327 with an OPS of .810, which is the best on the team besides Sierra Clark. 24 runs on 36 hits for Velasquez, 9 doubles, a homer, as she grounds one toward the middle, fielded by the shortstop Hillary Victor. She throws to first for out number 1.
And I think Mississippi Valley has wisely dropped back into a traditional infield defense. Started against the top of this Wildcats order, pushed way in. I'll be interested to see if they return to that against certain hitters at the top of this lineup, but they've dropped back ever since, and that's a play right there that you just wouldn't be able to make if you were played close to the mound.
Yeah, and I guess the scouting report on Bethune-Cookman must be bunts often, plays a lot of small ball, which is why a lot of these teams set up in this really close-in defense.
And that's where you have to give BCU credit for being able to beat it against teams like Alabama A&M and showing that you can't really rely on that batter to batter, maybe only a few bats in this order.
Here's Shania Owens, a third baseman, who made some terrific defensive plays in that Bama A&M series. And she grounds one under the glove of the first baseman, Alora Edwards, and she slips on her way to second. And
I think she's going to be rewarded second. Yep.
did she interference on the first baseman?
Yeah, so first of all, really nice piece of hitting. Outstanding way to go opposite field down into that really deep corner out there and right. But when she tried to round first and go to second, the first baseman, that's Alora Edwards, was just kind of casually standing in the base pass, not doing a whole lot moving. And you saw Shania try to kind of push herself, literally using her hands to move around the defender. And obviously that's pretty textbook obstruction. So she was awarded second base.
Now, the umpires got together and talked about it. And Shania Owens will be given officially a double. And that'll bring up Thais Oyema. The graduate transfer has been a revelation for this softball team, especially defensively, as the first pitch is low and in ball 1. Oyema batting .321. That's second among qualifying BCU hitters. 19 runs on 34 hits, 3 doubles, and 8 RBI. 1-0. Outside, 2-0. And in the time I've been covering BCU athletics, it's about 4 years, I don't think the softball team has had as impactful as a late career transfer as Oyema, who's just come in and been your everyday catcher, done terrific work behind the plate, and also provided the offense when necessary.
And it's a little unfortunate for Bethune-Cookman because over the last several years, catcher's been one of those positions that's been kind of tough to fill. They haven't really found a sure-handed player that can stay there consistently. The only issue for the Wildcats this year is Oyema can't play again next year.
That one hits her in the foot as Oyema will hobble down the first, and we'll have first and second, nobody out.
Now batting, designated player number 22, George.
And now it's Choice Bloom, a 9-hole hitter. Bloom, the team leader in stolen bases, with 14 on 16 attempts. At the plate, she's a .248 hitter. 15 runs on 26 hits. No extra base hits, 11 RBI. Looking for some more now. With Shania Owens on second and Thais Oyema on first, they'll apply the double steal, and nobody's throwing anywhere. So the runners will move up 60 feet, and we'll have second and third with nobody out.
Mississippi Valley State not showing a ton of aggression there defensively, especially a team that has struggled so much in giving up runs. I figured you'd maybe try to do a little more, steal a couple of outs, but they'll let the runners advance.
That one's a strike, and it's 0-2 on Bloom. Well, softball, like baseball, I wonder if in the offseason, if Coach Hernandez and Coach Watton get together and talk about stealing philosophy, because it's so similar between the two teams.
I think maybe the baseball side of it is maybe a little more intelligent on the base pass. And
0-2, throw back to third, ball gets away. And Coach Watton will hold Shania Owens at third as it only dribbles into shallow left.
And when I say more intelligent, I think it's just this Wildcat softball team has been victimized a little bit more on the base pass than I think baseball has. They've been a little maybe safer with it. I'm not entirely sure what the difference is there, why it's gone that way. But make no mistake about it, they're both aggressive.
It always intrigues me when I come to cover softball about the slap hitter rules, right? And Joyce Bloom ended up halfway to the mound on her follow through. Count is 2-2 after that ball went high. Wildcats trying to increase their 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the second. The 2-2 in the dirt, 3-2.
Bloom is also a little bit, for lack of a better term, stressful to watch at the plate as a slap hitter because she keeps her front foot outside of the batter's box or on the line when she sets up. So if she makes contact in the position she starts at in the box, it's an out for being out of the batter's box.
Fouled straight back, 3-2.
It's not really something you traditionally see from a slap hitter, just to have that foot so far behind her. But she's usually in motion so quick it doesn't come back to hurt her.
Yeah,
but you kind of watch it, you're like, if she fouls one off,
she
she's
sweeps
out.
that front foot forward as part of her hitting motion. Once again, the 3-2 from Gutierrez is a swing and a miss. Down goes Bloom, and we're back to the top of the order for Essence Gibbs, who bunted out back to Gutierrez in the first.
Gutierrez had her work cut out for her in the first inning. Did it all herself.
Yep. 3 putouts for Gutierrez, 1 on a bunt, 2 on comebackers. And now Gibbs will look to increase her 11 RBI on the season. First pitch, strike. And this is where having the long list of slap hitters toward the top of the order can potentially come back to bite you in certain situations because, in this situation, right, there are 2 away. I apologize. Here's the pitch. Hit in the air, left field, and it is going to be down. Head to the wall. Well, I don't know what I'm talking about. Gibbs is headed towards third. She's going to slide in with a 2 RBI triple. And the Wildcats take a 3-0 lead as Owens and Oyema come in to score.
Well, I guess slap hitters aren't too bad when they work out that way. That was just a really excellent way to clear the bases like that. Give the Wildcats that big offensive boost early. Put you well on track for where you think you should be against a lackluster starting pitcher. Again, you talk about slap hitters. They can be frustrating when it's not clicking together at the top of the lineup, but when they are able to just kind of keep moving forward, and keep everybody moving up on the base paths with stuff that makes it look so simple, it can be fun to watch.
And that's 2 for the Wildcats that have almost hit a home run out past that left field wall. Brooklyn Scott, in the first inning, hit one that hit just below the yellow tape at the top of the wall. And now, Essence Gibbs showing off her speed with a triple that one-hopped the wall on the track. That's the kind of power that you don't often see from someone like Essence Gibbs, who's at the top of the lineup to get on and run. So now here's Jocelyn Davis, grounded out to the pitcher the first time up. And a strike. Big 2-out hits. Wildcats have done it in the first 2 innings. They had the RBI single up the middle by Sierra Clark in the first, and then the 2 RBI triple by Essence Gibbs here in the second. Gutierrez deals. Chop right back to the pitcher. They'll go to first, and the ball is off the glove of the first baseman. Laura Edwards and into foul territory. Coming in to score is Essence Gibbs. And Davis to first on an error.
Yeah, anytime you kind of yank the throw a little bit along the baseline to your first baseman like that, it just makes it such a difficult play because Laura Edwards there is almost looking to get her arm out of the way of the runner before the ball is to her. So that's why you see a little bit of a dropped almost ice cream cone at the end of her glove type catch.
Here's Brooklyn Scott, who had that big hit in the first, doubled to left field, and then came around to score on the single by Clark. As Davis steals second base. Usually we talk about Essence Gibbs being the stolen base queen of this team. Didn't have to do it that time, as she was already on third. Jocelyn Davis taking second. Her 11th steal of the year. She's third on the squad. One of 3 with double-digit steals. Count is 2-0 on Scott. And Gutierrez winds and fires. Low, ball 3. And so Gutierrez looked okay in the first. I was getting some of that weak contact outside of the hits by Scott and Clark. And in the second, she's leaving that drop ball a bit up in the zone, and the Wildcat hitters are taking advantage of it. 3-0. There's a strike. And then when she tries to correct, she's missing long.
I think that was one that Brooklyn Scott would like to have back. One kind of sat right down the middle. She had it tracked, but was committed to the take before maybe the pitch was thrown.
Now she swings, pops it up foul territory, first base side, and it's going to hit the fence ahead of Edwards. Laura Edwards been busy over there at first base in this inning. Wildcats already 3 in the inning on 2 hits and an error. And they lead it 4-0. And I think if you're Coach Laura Watt, as the pitch is aligned right to Edwards at first. It's off her glove, but she recovers and steps on the back. So I'll finish my thought in the next inning.
Scored 3 runs. There were 2 hits, 1 error, and 1 left on.
3 runs, 2 hits, an error, and 1 left. We go to the third, 4-0 Wildcats here on the Cat Eye Network. Michaela Fleming will stand back into the batter's box, just where she was when Hillary Victor was caught stealing to end the top of the second for Mississippi Valley State. Wildcats up 4-0. First game of our doubleheader here on a beautiful Friday afternoon on the east coast of Florida. First pitch high from Haylene Gonzalez, who is on strikeout watch. Already 5 in the contest through 2 innings.
At this rate, I think the only thing stopping her is probably a run rule. She doesn't get enough time to pitch. Maybe she won't reach that mark.
Fouled away, 1-1.
She is halfway there.
We've got a fairly beautiful color matchup on the diamond today. Wildcats in the cream uniforms, Bethune across the chest in script in maroon, trimmed in gold, maroon pants, maroon socks with a gold stripe. Here's the 1-1. Hit in the air to right field. Moving over is Gibbs. She makes the catch, 1 down.
The maroon pants for this Wildcats team are, I think, a pretty welcome addition to the wardrobe lineup for this team. They usually went cream on cream with this look last year, but I think this is a nice kind of refreshing, not a combination you see a ton, but I think it looks really great.
And the all secondary red for Mississippi Valley today with green numbers. The VS interlocking on the chest on the front, white trim. First pitch is strike. This is the 9-hole hitter, Caitlin Harper. And the pitch. Swing and miss, and it's 1-1. Harper batting .343. That's first on the team in terms of batting average. 3 runs on 12 hits, 4 doubles, that's a team high, and 5 RBI. Harper behind the plate today. And the pitch. Breaking ball, outside, ball 1. Gonzalez thought she had that one, and so did the rest of the team.
She gave a point over to the Wildcats dugout after that one. Just a little tiny bit outside. I think she got squeezed a little bit on that one.
Now we'll do it again, the 1-2. That time ran the fastball way outside, and it gets to the backstop.
Gonzalez does have a really nice pitch mix that makes it easy to see why she has so much success. When she's able to fire that fastball in there, she's got that rise ball, and then, of course, when they all kind of look similar and she drops in that breaking ball that ducks down right at the last second, it's harder than it looks to catch up with.
2-2. There's a strike at the knees, and down goes Harper. Strikeout number 6 for Haleen. First one backwards on the day. And that'll be back to the top of the order for Mississippi Valley. Here's Jade Smith, who, like most of the rest of her teammates, struck out her first time up, dropped third strike, and Uyema finished it off by throwing down to first. Right to the lefty, here's the pitch. Bunted, foul outside of third. That's the first time we've seen Valley try something different other than just swinging away.
That's what you'd think you'd see more of from a team like this that's kind of at the end of the road and not a whole lot to play for, but just kind of maybe in cruise control in their final series of the year.
Smith, a junior from Sacramento, California. 0-1, upstairs 1-1. Valley overall 3-30 on the season, 1-19 in conference play. They did have a decently impressive win at the Tarleton State Classic, outside ball 2, as they beat Lafayette College out of Pennsylvania 12-6. Their other wins were against Arkansas Pine Bluff at a neutral site tournament, and then their one conference win was over Alabama A&M. The 2-1, swing and a miss. And that's how she got Smith the first time, Gonzalez. Just blew the fastball right by her, and these Valley hitters haven't been able to keep up.
And there's not one pitch that they've been able to time up right. They're ahead on the fastball, they're behind on the breaking ball, and they're well out of the zone when it comes to the rise ball.
That one rises a little bit too high, way over Uyema's head into the backstop. Count goes full. The one piece of solid contact they had was Michaela Fleming when she flied out to right. And I think Haleen herself would tell you she missed her spot. Put one over the heart of the plate. Only 2 blemishes right now on Gonzalez's record, and she gets Smith looking for the second strikeout of the inning. 1, 2, 3, go the Devilettes. We go to the bottom of the third. 4-0 Wildcats here on the Cat Eye Network. Sierra Clark will lead off for BCU as we go to the bottom of the third. 4-0 lead for the Wildcats. They put together some timely hitting, a couple of 1 and 2 out rallies to score their runs. Morgan Gutierrez back in the circle for Mississippi Valley. First pitch to Clark, strike on the inside corner. And sort of compounding the trials that this Valley team has gone through this year. Lost their head coach midway through the season. It's been their student assistants and administrators who have taken the reins over the last couple of weeks. Ground ball towards short. And in time over to first from Hillary Victor, one away.
I do think what staff that the Delta Devils have scraped together towards the end of the season does deserve a lot of credit. Obviously, we don't know the circumstances of what led to the lack of a head coach in the dugout today for MVSU, but to be able to kind of just get through it, keep spirits as high as possible, and just get them through a season, it deserve a lot of credit. It's a lot of grit to be able to get through that.
And now here's Kendall McCauley. First pitch outside, ball one. She grounded out to the pitcher her first time up. Monday, the Wildcats had their annual Maroon and Gold Awards. Bryce, you were there, and a big part of setting that event up.
Yep, just a chance to kind of reward student athletes, a lot of whom are maybe not always awarded throughout their season.
Hit in the air towards shallow left. That'll get over the glove of Victor and into left field for a base hit for McCauley.
Of course, this Bethune-Cookman softball team, one of every program here at Bethune-Cookman University to be well represented. Coaching staffs, awarding 3 different awards, a leadership, a hustle, and a student athlete award to chosen members of their respective programs. Again, just giving credit to people that may not get those all-conference awards, may not hear their name called in a player of the week or anything similar, but a chance to kind of give a chance to show the whole roster how important they are.
First pitch, swing and a miss. Going down to second, and the ball is out of the glove of Victor, so sliding in safely is McCauley with a stolen base. Batting is Brianna Velasquez, grounded out to shorter first time up.
McCauley kind of took her time. Not maybe there was an injury. Looks like she may have banged up her hand a little bit. She's going to run over and check with the trainer. While she was doing that, she had neither of her hands were on the bag. And so down at second base, the tag was applied. Thought maybe they had an out, but
she called for time.
Eventually, awarded time. Certainly hope everything's all right. Not the kind of series, not the kind of game, not the point of season that you want to see anybody go down or get banged up. Because obviously we know that one of the most important things, especially in a grueling SWAC tournament week, is just who can stay the healthiest, who's been the healthiest.
Count is 0-1. Now 1-1.
And McCauley is
out.
Still not back, so I guess maybe she was
caught
called out.
stealing.
Absolutely.
Out at second, short catcher to shortstop, caught stealing. There's a ground ball to short. Victor's had a lot of work to do, and she makes the out. So the Wildcats go 1, 2, 3.
In the bottom of the third, no run. One hit.
Base hit by McCauley comes to nothing as she's picked off at second. And we go to the 4th inning. It's 4-0 Wildcats here on the Cat Eye Network. India Ivy leads off for Mississippi Valley State as we head to the fourth. 4-0 Wildcats, game one of our doubleheader here. Swing and a miss at a rise ball. It's 0-1. Defensive substitution for BCU as Sierra Clark departs first base. Callie Erlington will take her spot as Kendall McCauley was confirmed was out on the steal. It wasn't any nonsense of not time being called or anything like that. Here's the pitch. Strike outside 0-2. And she actually got her wrist taped up. I can see it behind her glove. Maybe did come into the base a little awkwardly on that slide. She does remain in the game at second base. Pop foul, still 0-2 by Ivy. Ivy from Shannon, Mississippi, and Northeast Mississippi Community College transfer. She's behind 0-2. Here's the pitch. Here's a strike three looking. And the last three batters to come to the plate have been sent down without taking the bat off their shoulder.
Now batting, left fielder, number 21, Tania
And,
Harvey.
You know, you don't want to pile on this Mississippi Valley State team, but man, these ABs have been really rough to watch. You had almost a check swing, nowhere close to start the at-bat, taking a pitch really right down the middle. Did get a foul off, but then again, just not looking confident at the plate.
Bunted right to third by Party, and the throw gets away, and she's going to be safe. Well, sometimes you need a little bit of momentum, and they'll get a base runner on a bunt by Tania Party.
And that is going to be ruled a single, not an error on the throw. It's a tough one to kind of turn around and make with the runner hustling down the line like that. Kind of just doing your best to get it over to first base, but
Right fielder, number
just
32,
pulled it a little bit to
Alexa
the second
Taylor.
base side of the bag.
That's reminiscent of basically how the entire series against Alabama A&M was played on both sides. Both teams just dropping down bunts and hoping for some miscues on the defensive side, which happened a fair bit.
Yeah, pretty much every ball that's in between the circle and home plate, the whole entire play is kind of sped up just because everybody has to move so quickly, taking steps to get to the ball instead of letting it come to you. And then it ends up in plays like that, which is just a really tough one to make.
That one is smacked to left. It's going to drop in front of Scott. Only the second hit of the game, well, third hit of the game for Mississippi Valley, and there's two on with one out.
And I don't expect this
Now
to be
batting, first baseman, number 12,
a very
Laura
prolonged
Edwards.
lapse from Haleen Gonzalez. I think that was almost kind of a testing of the waters to see, well, how much can I really just pump it down the middle and still get success against these Mississippi Valley State batters? So once she starts picking her spots again, and Valley starts, or I guess continues to swing, I think you'll see her round back into form.
And I think Gonzalez may get an earful from Coach Watton. Being a little bit lackadaisical there, but again,
Fortunately for her, she can afford to do that in a game like this.
up 4-0. Wildcat bats pretty hot today. First pitch is a bunt right down the first base line. Uyema fields, and the ball is dropped at first. Coming home, safe, and the Delta Devilettes are on the board as Parchi scores from second.
And I do think that one will likely have an error involved. As you saw, Kendall McCauley, the ball was right in her glove, but almost kind of went to close it before it was there, tried to move a little quickly, maybe trying to keep an eye on the runners moving around the base paths. We'll see what it officially is scored, but just a misplay by the second baseman over there covering the bag.
Now batting, second baseman, number 9, Brianna Troop.
No errors. Bunt single, advancing on the throw.
Certainly not an easy play.
Yep. So now, MVSU on the board. And runners on the corners. They'll go to second. And off the bag, out. Here comes the runner home. Uyema can't make the play. And the Devilettes have halved the deficit. It's 4-2. That was a wild one.
It was also a really heads-up, all-around base running play, kind of reminiscent of how we've seen Bethune-Cookman baseball go to that double steal so often. I'm not sure if that was called a double steal out of the gate, but, you know, Haleen Gonzalez ends up getting that ball back from the catcher, and the entire Wildcats dugout and defense is kind of yelling, hey, there's a runner in the base path. Let's try to steal it out here. And then everything kind of speeds up from there, and it results in A run for the Devils.
Slap towards third. Nice stretch at first by Callie Erlington, and the inning
For the
is
Devils, on the board,
over.
they scored 2 runs. There were 3
2
hits, no
runs,
errors, and no
3
one left
hits,
on.
no errors,
Moving to the
and
bottom of the
nobody
fourth,
left.
Score, Bethune-Cookman
The
4,
Wildcats'
Mississippi
lead
Valley
has been
2.
cut in half. It's 4-2 here at Sunnyland on the Cat-Eye Network. Shania Owens leads off the bottom of the fourth for Bethune-Cookman. Her first time up in the second, she doubled down the first base line. That was the play where Edwards at first tripped her up rounding the bag. She was awarded second on interference. As this game is now 4-2, that is in a long way into the parking lot. And it's 0-1. Mississippi Valley getting 2 runs back in the top of the inning on 2 bunts and a infield hit. That one's low, 1-1. And now it's back on the Wildcats offense to continue to pile the pressure on. They've went 1, 2, 3 in the last inning. Maybe a little bit of confidence for Gutierrez on the mound as she prepares to deliver pitch 52, which is fouled away, 1-2.
Gutierrez has been able to carve out a little bit more success since the early goings by really just putting the ball where the Wildcats have to try to put it in play. Not much different than how we see in baseball and how important it is to just find the zone and challenge hitters. Don't try to dance around it.
Fouled away, and it's still 1-2. To Gutierrez's credit, she has not given up a walk. Wildcats 15-28 overall in the season, 13-8 in conference. 1-2. Fouled away first base side, out of play. Nice little crowd out here on a Friday afternoon. I know it being senior weekend, a lot of families are in town.
Be a lot of tears tomorrow, I can promise you that.
Kais Uyema, Sierra Clark, Jocelyn Davis, the seniors in the starting lineup today for Bethune-Cookman. A long wait for the 1-2. Low 2-2. The season started all the way back on February 8th with a extra inning win over Illinois State. Softball and baseball, these are long seasons that are coming down to the end here. 2-2. Low 3-2. Also talking about the crowd, a couple of MVSU families have made their way down here for the end of the season. Of course, they've already had their senior day, their last home game. Full count. Ground ball towards third. And making the play over at the hot corner is Michaela Fleming, one down. How to bring up Thais Uyema, who was hit on their lead ankle for first time up, came around to score on the Essence Gibbs triple back in the second. First pitch to her, ball one. We work up to the SWAC softball tournament in Gulfport, Mississippi, and of course the baseball tournament in Atlanta, Georgia, coming up in the next month or so.
The softball tournament's always interesting in that complex in Gulfport just because it's all turf.
Inside strike called by the home plate umpire, 1-1.
Wildcats team, of course, it's not like they've never played on turf, but when your home field is natural grass with a whole lot of dirt, it's definitely different. And we've seen Haleen Gonzalez kind of struggle to adapt a little bit to it.
Low ball, two.
Without the ability to kind of go down to the clay and dry up her hands. It's just different. I wouldn't say anybody in particular has struggled with any of it, but it's certainly a factor you have to adapt to.
1-1. Ground ball to third again. And another nice play by Michaela Fleming. Two straight 5-3 putouts. And the Wildcats are 2 up, 2 down. Here's Joyce Bloom, who struck out her first time up. And of course, baseball has the opposite issue, where they play on turf at home all season, and then when they go on the road and have to quickly adapt to dirt and grass wherever they find it, especially in the postseason.
Of course, the softball tournament is held at just a municipal complex, whereas baseball gets the advantage of a full working area, with Georgia Tech being a gracious host for the tournament.
Had a great time up there last year. Looking forward to going again. All those games at the baseball tournament will be locally aired on 1380 WELE on local radio. Also on the Cat Eye Network if you prefer to tune in that way. Here's the 0-1. Low 1-1. And then a lot of stuff we're working on behind the scenes in the off season, getting you ready for football in August. It's coming up quick.
Spring game a week from tomorrow, well, a week ago tomorrow. Got to see the first little glimpses of Raymond Woody's first full recruiting class.
Bunt and a miss from the slapper, and it's 1-2. Gutierrez in a bit of a groove here. 4 of the last 5 Wildcat hitters have hit soft ground balls to the left side, 2 to short, 2 to third, and the one hit the Wildcats did have a little bloop single to left by McCauley, and she was out stealing. 1-2. Low ball 2.
Just got to be careful here. The momentum was already clearly swung in the way of Mississippi Valley State. But this Wildcats team is the more talented one. So on both sides of the ball, you need to lock in and look to kind of step on the throats and take the series opener. You don't want to keep it too close for too long. You're just not a territory you should be in against this team.
2-2, fouled off back to the left. And, of course, crucial conference seeding. Right, you drop one of these games, you may be in that 4 seed going into the tournament next week.
And that 1 seed out west, Prairie View A&M, really just a bad matchup for this Wildcats team just because they're so offensively driven.
2-2, low 3-2. To her credit, this is a great AB from Bloom, going down 0-2 early and battling back, fouling a couple off. If she can get on base to keep the inning alive with 2 down and bring up the top of the order, Essence Gibbs awaits on deck. Here's the pitch. Fouled right at home plate, and we'll do the full count delivery again. And with the light roster for Mississippi Valley, you wouldn't think there's a lot of help behind Gutierrez in the bullpen, especially with a doubleheader on tap today. Once again, the 3-2. Ground ball up the middle. There's a base hit to center field. And so Bloom does keep the inning going, and it'll be back to the top of the order for Essence Gibbs.
And, even if that kind of play doesn't directly result in run in this inning, it's good to get Gutierrez back off balance and not let her continue to kind of roll. You don't want to start looking at potentially 2 straight scoreless innings now. You want to just try to keep her off balance, keep her honest, continue to put that pressure on. Because as with any pitcher in baseball or softball, when you kind of start to get on a roll, that's when innings go quickly.
Gibbs lines it foul outside of third. She hit a ball as hard as maybe you possibly can to the wall in left center field. It was a 2 RBI triple scoring Owens and Uyema back in the second. She came around herself to score on the Davis error. I should say the error that allowed Davis to reach base. That was the 4th and final run of the game so far for the Wildcats. She takes outside ball 1, drop the ball to the catcher, throw down to second. Ball gets into center field. And the helmet came off of Joyce Bloom as she will stay right there.
That's the kind of play that earlier in this game, the Delta Devils didn't attempt to throw down. So interesting change in approach there.
Joyce Bloom picks up her team high 15th steal of the year. And she's standing in scoring position now for Gibbs, who's looking at a 1-1 count from Morgan Gutierrez. This is junior on junior. Here's the pitch. Upstairs, ball 2. If you're Gibbs, you're just looking to recreate what you did last time at the plate. Lift one in the air over the infield.
Ton of space down the middle again, too. If you could flick one over the circle.
And she grounds one towards short, and it's through for a base hit. And it gets under the glove of the left fielder Partee. In to score from second is Bloom, and it's an RBI double for Gibbs. She's got another one, and it's 5-2.
And again, going to the left field side of the park here. Kind of a little bit of a misplay out there. Probably still results in double either way, although it makes it a little bit closer. But Essence Gibbs having herself a day at the top of the order.
Essence Gibbs, as the first pitch is low to Jocelyn Davis, is now responsible for 4 of the 5 Wildcat runs. Drove in 2 in the second and scored herself. The only one she wasn't responsible for was the Brooklyn Scott score in the first. She was driven in by Sierra Clark's line drive up the middle. 2-0 now to Jocelyn Davis. Grounded out to first, but the pitcher first time up reached on an error in the second that allowed Gibbs to score. She doesn't have an RBI. And there's a strike, 2-1. Wildcats banging on the dugout.
One of the more animated clubs in the SWAC that's really full of animated programs, but they got a cheer and a beat for everybody.
Bunted right back to the pitcher. Gutierrez makes the play for out number 3. The Wildcats get a run on 2 hits, no errors and 1 left. We go to the 5th. Wildcats have increased the lead to 5-2 here on the Cat Eye Network as Coach Watton is arguing that she should have been safe because the first baseman, Aurora Edwards' foot was off the bag, so we may not be done with the inning just yet.
As with all of these SWAC games, without the benefit of replay, it's always tough to overturn the call. At this point, it's usually just kind of a due diligence by the officials to all come through and talk about it. Maybe if nothing else, to present the idea that they are considering a change. But
And she's out. So Mississippi Valley State all ran back on the field, and now they're running back off the field. Once again, no run, 1 run, 2 hits, and 1 left. And we go to the 5th. It's 5-2 Wildcats here on the Cat Eye Network. Hillary Victor, who has been solid at shortstop in this game, will bat for Mississippi Valley State. Walked her first time up, was caught stealing to end the road half of the second. Helene Gonzalez pumps a fastball by the bat, and it's 0-1. We've got baseball update coming in from Huntsville, Alabama.
Oh boy, it's been a fun start to say the least. 5-spot for the Wildcats in just the first inning, and then they allow a leadoff home run in the bottom of the first. So it's going to be one of those kind of games in Huntsville.
There's a fastball strike from Gonzalez, and it's important for Helene to kind of shake off that crazy last inning for Mississippi Valley, get back to what she does best, mix the pitches, paint the corners, and continue to work through this lineup.
I think that's kind of the pitcher she's been throughout her career here, not one to let that lack of success linger.
Well, just like that, 3 straight strikes, and down goes Victor.
And just one away now from tying her career high. 9.
9 strikeouts in 4 1/3. That's pretty good.
And she's certainly gotten some help, I think, from this Mississippi Valley State lineup. A lot of bad swings, a lot of bad takes. But still, anytime you're pushing double digits in the circle, it's impressive.
That's Nolan Santos numbers from last year on the baseball diamond, where he consistently got to double-digit strikeouts almost every time he took the mound. Of course, he now playing with Single A Fort Myers, part of the Twins organization. And there's been some Wildcat baseball movement as former Wildcat Anthony Maldonado is going to make his big league debut tonight for the Miami Marlins. So congratulations to Anthony.
I think a good amount of Maroon and Gold faithful be tuning in to check that one out. He's been kind of on the cusp of it for a year plus now. We knew it was a matter of time, but it'll be nice to finally see another Wildcat in the major leagues.
The 0-2 upstairs, 1-2. This batter is Michaela Fleming, who really has had the only piece of solid contact for Mississippi Valley State. Flew out to right her first time up. As that was caught by Essence Gibbs on the run. It's our ever-growing list. As that one hits Fleming on the knee as she is aboard. Second free pass given up by Gonzalez. A walk in the second, and now the hit by pitch with 1 gone in the 5th. But I finished my point. The ever-growing list of Wildcat baseball players in the professional ranks continues to grow. There may be a couple more from this team that sniff that towards the end of the year as well.
Coach Hernandez has done a fair job of setting his guys up for success at the next level. It's come in a lot of different ways. Of course, guys transferring down from Power 5s, guys transferring up from the JUCO level. But the development of guys like Nolan Santos has been nothing short of impressive.
There's a strike. And something Thais Uyema is doing that has really caught my attention is when there's a runner on first, every pitch, she pops up and fires it back to Gonzalez. So the runner doesn't know if she's going to pop it up and fire to first, pop it up and fire to second. It's the same motion every time. There's a foul back, and it's 1-2 on Caitlin Harper, the catcher who struck out her first time up.
Uyema even popped up right there on a foul ball over the fence. Still trying to kind of bluff, keep her honest. It's a lot of strain on your knees, on your body, and fatigue. Now, if she really keeps it up and does it throughout the doubleheader today, I'll be really, truly impressed.
The game is 90% mental, 10% physical. That's a quote from somebody. I don't remember who specifically.
Is it Goose Gossage?
It might be.
Sounds like a Gossage.
But it's all about the mind games of trying to keep the runner honest at first. Here's the 2-2. Pop fly, foul territory, first base side. A couple of Wildcats race over Essence Gibbs with a big old slide, but she won't get there. The count remains 2-2.
You gotta be careful on those plays to make sure the communication is still up to where it should be. You can't just kind of have 3 players rush on through here and try to make the same play on the ball. Otherwise, it could result in injury.
One down in the inning on the Victor strikeout, then a hit by pitch to Fleming. The count 2-2 on Harper. Breaking ball fouled away into the parking lot down the left field line. Once again, the Devilettes threatening. The only inning they haven't had a runner on base is the third. They got that single in the first from Ivy off the glove of Gonzalez. A walk in the second by Victor. And then, of course, the 3 infield singles on 2 bunts in the fourth and 3 runs across for the Delta Devils. This one's popped up. Foul territory, third base side. Uyema dropped it as she ran in to Shania Owens in foul territory.
It looked like she had it in her glove, and it kind of leaked out as she got closer and closer to the dirt. And will go in as a dropped foul ball.
Yeah, so. I think that she and Owens ran into each other, and the ball popped loose.
And it's not that dissimilar from the play in foul territory earlier. Somebody's got to call somebody off, and in that instance, many times it's going to be the catcher. They got the ball tracked. That's their ball. Got to do a better job of making sure that anybody around you knows that's my catch.
High pop, center field. Jocelyn Davis stretches up to make the play 2 down. That was a long old at bat for Caitlin Harper.
And the rare fly ball. I haven't seen a ton today.
Only the second one.
Everything's been on the ground.
Yep, for both teams. The only second fly ball for Mississippi Valley. And, of course, the Wildcats have a couple of hard hit ones to left field by Gibbs and Clark.
That constant wind from center field straight into home plate, maybe a little bit out towards the left field side. Certainly doesn't help things for anybody trying to put the ball in the air.
And now here's Jade Smith, top of the order for the Devilettes. First pitch outside. Smith has struck out twice, swinging in the first, looking in the third. Of course, Haleen Gonzalez, 1 strikeout away from matching her career high of 10 here in the fifth. And is almost benefited by the fact that this game has turned into a bit of a close one. Third base side foul. And that is a nice correction for Bethune-Cookman. Earlier in the year, there were a couple of plays that the Wildcats jumped on that ball early, missed the throw to first, and that's a fair ball. You put a runner aboard.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to try to play hero in that instance and try to be the one that says it doesn't matter, fair or foul, I'm going to grab it and fire it over first and get you out, but easier to take that.
Ball outside, 2-1. Smith 0 for 2 today, but she is the top hitter on this Valley State team that meets the minimum requirement of plate appearances at 272. They had the count 2-1. Here's the wind and the pitch. Swing and a miss. And I just think Gonzalez needs to go back to that fastball outside corner. Because Mississippi Valley State has shown that they cannot catch up to it this game. 2-2. 2 outs and a runner at first. And Gonzalez deals low outside 3-2. What you don't want here is to walk Smith and extend the inning that way. I don't know how many times we've talked about this over on the baseball diamond. Let's put the ball in the strike zone. Here's a 3-2, ball 4. And for all of my waxing poetic, it doesn't happen. Jade Smith is aboard, and there's 2 on with 2 out.
It's in games like this, again, I've mentioned a few times already in this particular broadcast, but it's that 2-out damage, whether it's walks, especially the free passes of any kind, walks, base hits, just kind of moving everybody up when you have a chance to get out of an inning and move things forward that are just so much more frustrating.
Here's India. Ivy takes the first pitch low and outside, ball 1, who singled off of Gonzalez's glove in the first, stole second, was stranded there, then struck out to begin the fourth, as there'll be a bit of a meeting in the circle here just to discuss the defensive options.
And even with 9 strikeouts for Haleen Gonzalez, I'm not sure that she would come off of the mound today at any point and say it was her sharpest outing by any means. This is a Valley State team that has helped her out with a lot of swings, with a lot of approaches at the plate, a lot of quick ABs, not putting a ton in play. not fouling off a ton of pitches. But as she's gone later and later into the outing here, it's just not quite looked as crisp. Could be a result of just kind of a long season of work, trying to will herself to the end of it. But there's certainly been flashes, but you don't want to let it drift into anything that can kind of hurt your confidence heading it into the only games that matter.
Casey Vassallo, assistant coach, went out there for a visit. Now Gonzalez back to work as she gets Ivy to foul it straight back. It bounced off the roof of our little tent back here straight away.
Makes me feel like we're back at baseball in the early season, down
Yeah.
below, right behind home plate.
Dodging foul balls, yep.
Feels nicer down here, though.
Here's the 1-1. Fastball punched toward second. And nicely done by Kendall McCauley to make the play. And the Wildcats get out of the jam. No runs, no hits, and 2 left on. We go to the bottom of the inning. 5-2 Wildcats here on the Cat Eye Network. Brooklyn Scott will lead off for the Wildcats here in the bottom of the 5th. They lead at 5-2. She scored the opening run of the game for the Wildcats after a long double to left field that hit the top of the wall and stayed in the yard, and she lines one up the middle. There's a base hit, first pitch swinging. So 2 hits on the day for Scott. The Wildcats have one aboard with nobody else.
And it's just a freshman. Brooklyn Scott has shown so many flashes this year of the kind of bat that she can be for so many years for this Wildcats team. It's the kind of player you hope, with everything that goes on with the transfer portal nowadays, you hope that you can really continue to recruit her to stick around because, man, she has shown the ability. She's so athletic. She has really been exciting to watch.
Scott bagged 280 on the year, and here is Callie Erlington. There's a first pitch strike as Erlington squared to bunt. Erlington replacing Sierra Clark. In Clark's 2 plate appearances, she had an RBI single up the middle and a ground out to short. And bunted foul behind home plate, the count 0-2. Gutierrez still in the circle for Mississippi Valley State. And I've been on record as saying this before, but I would love for the baseball team to take some inspiration from these VCU uniforms with the scripts, the piping, all fantastic.
They are. It's probably up there with what you could argue is the best uniform on campus, period.
That one's grounded towards second. No play at second. So they'll get the force at first. Moving to second is Brooklyn Scott. So the old sacrifice will move her across.
Now batting, second baseman, number 2, Kendall McCauley.
Not a bad idea there. Just I say chipping away, but more like adding a little bit of insurance here or there, just keep things moving. Again, at this point, it's more about keeping Gutierrez, making sure she doesn't get back into that rhythm and set the Delta Devils bats up for a chance to kind of just hang around.
First pitch swinging, ground ball to third. They look across to second to keep Scott there and throw to first. That was first pitch swinging by Kendall McCauley. 5-3 goes to play, and there's 2 down. And there's
The batter,
aggressive and a little bit too aggressive.
It's just another one of a lot of dangerous-ish plays out there. Brooklyn Scott halfway in between second and third base there. Thought maybe they try to go back to second and get the lead runner, but fortunate enough that they end up going to first.
Brianna Velasquez pumps one foul off of the light pole. And it's 0-1. She's grounded out to short twice in her first 2 plate appearances, Velasquez. To lead off the second and to end the third. Ball low in the dirt, and it's 1-1.
Velasquez deserves a lot of credit for the kind of season that she's put together, especially when you consider that she spent all of last year sitting in the dugout just being a cheerleader, dealing with some injuries. She's been banged up a lot throughout her career, but has been able to finally put it all together for a full season, and she's been outstanding.
There's a strike. Ball pops out of the glove of Harper behind the plate. So down to third goes Brooklyn Scott on the pass ball. So a runner 60 feet away with Velasquez down in the count 0-2. Of course, Velasquez leading this team in batting average. And she watches one outside 2-2. Batting average among players that meet the minimum plate appearances requirement, I should say. The leading batting average on the team is Sierra Clark at 373. 2-2. Ground ball towards third, right into the glove of Fleming, and she makes the play. So 3 ground balls to the infield as Mississippi Valley works around the leadoff single. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. We go to the 6th, 5-2 Wildcats here on the Cat Eye Network. Tania Party leads off for the Delta Devils. Wildcats lead this one 5-2. First game of our doubleheader here on a Friday as the Wildcats close out their conference schedule. Party scored the first of the two Valley State runs back in the fourth, and she pops one foul out of play. In the fourth, that was a bunt single for Party. She moved to second on a little bloop single to left, and then scored on the bunt single by Alora Edwards. So we continue to track the Haleen Gonzalez strikeout counter, currently sitting at 9. Bunted off the hands. That's gonna roll foul. Wow.
Well, I thought Shania Owens might have laid a finger on that ball, but the official was right there, so no questioning the call.
That's a lucky break for Bethune-Cookman because that ball went almost off the hands of Party straight down right in front of the plate, and nobody could get to it. If that one just sits in the middle, she's safe.
Easy base hit. Meanwhile, baseball is now opened up an 11-1 lead. It is the top of the second inning.
Wow. That one is bloop single to right over the leaping glove of McCauley. And Party continues to have a good game. Her second base hit. 1 on, nobody out for the Delta Devils.
Quietly, Mississippi Valley State has actually been somewhat representative
Now batting, right field
on
number
offense.
2,
The
Alexa
strikeout numbers
Taylor.
aren't great. There's been plenty of ABs that have been kind of head scratchers, but we've certainly hung around and against a Wildcats team that has struggled in the later innings to put teams away. Can't let your foot off the gas.
First pitch swinging right back to Haleen Gonzalez for Alexa Taylor. That will go in as an L1, 1 down in the inning.
And that's a quick way to take any kind words that I said about Mississippi Valley State and toss them aside because
Well,
that's a momentum killer.
Again, I don't mind them being aggressive,
First
right? You're down
baseman, number
5-2,
12,
but
Laura Edwards.
you've put runners on base in every inning except one. There's, you have every feeling that you could be competitive in this game as Thais Uyema continues to have that quick pop behind the base. You said it was 11-1 in the second inning?
I'm scared to check back. Oh, yes, it is. I have no intelligent commentary to add to that. It's a little out of hand in Huntsville, it seems.
Popped sky high. First base side foul territory. The first baseman, Callie Erlington, makes the play. 2 down. Now that, Bryce, is the momentum killer.
It's just been kind of a long string of momentum killers for Mississippi Valley State, but just tough. Just tough.
Because at least with Alexa Taylor, you're putting it in play. It was a hard hit up the middle, and Gonzalez made a good play on the ball. That one tapped foul by Brianna Troop, excuse me. But, the pop out in foul territory is a lazy, easy catch for Erlington at first. Not what you want out of an at-bat if you're Mississippi Valley State. 0-1, fouled away 0-2. Elsewhere in SWAC softball today, Arkansas Pine Bluff plays Prairie View in a doubleheader. Grambling State plays Alcorn State. Texas Southern plays Southern. And in the East, Jackson State hosts Alabama State. That's one that this Wildcats team is going to be watching intently. Florida A&M plays Alabama A&M 0-2. Grounded over the glove of Owens at third. And it's an infield single, 2 on, 2 out for the Devilettes.
Nice job by Brianna Velasquez over there to make that play opposite
6,
glove
Hillary
side
Victor.
to keep the ball in the infield. Otherwise, you might have seen runners advance maybe down to third, but Hardy is stuck at second.
That's just a bad hop for Owens at third, as this is Hillary Victor. Walked in the second, struck out in the fifth. Troop just hit that one straight into the dirt, and it took a really high hop over Owens' glove. So Mississippi Valley still with some life in the inning. There's a strike, 1-1.
To a combine type thing, the Final Four, and she did well.
1-1, excuse me. There's a strikeout side corner 1 and 2. The only other game going on right now is the first game of the Prairie View and Pine Bluff doubleheader, and Prairie View has a 9-0 lead in that one.
You know, maybe the one thing that I wish we would have been able to get during this softball season is now Sunnyland Ballpark's got some nice new lights out here. I wish we could have maybe seen a night game.
Swing and a miss. There's numero 10 as my brain. I almost said numero dos and went, that's not going to be right. Number 10 on the afternoon. She ties her career high as Aileen Gonzalez. The Wildcats got out of a jam, and I have to think about what I've done for the next 2.5 minutes. We'll go to a break. Wildcats at bat in the 6th when we come back with a 5-2 lead here on the Cat Eye Network. Shania Owens will stand in to lead it off for Bethune-Cookman, and she swings and hits it high in the air to right. Making the catch is Alexa Taylor, 1 down.
Oh, I checked the baseball score. It's now 14 to 1.
Oh,
It was 12 to 1 when we came back to break. I was just about to start mentioning it again. And now it's 15 to 1. Okay.
Wildcats all over Alabama A&M up in Huntsville.
Children, shield your eyes.
Save some runs for the rest of the series, boys.
I truly believe that's part of me believes anytime any team comes out and just puts a ton of runs on the board in the first game of the season, I always feel like they kind of come back to earth, and then it's game 2 or game 3, and then they come up a little short. It's like, we'd like to have those back.
That one's bunted right back to the pitcher. And a nice play once again by Morgan Gutierrez to get the out, 2 away.
Now batting, designated player number 22, Joyce Bloom.
Here's the 9-hole hitter, Joyce Bloom, hits it to third, and that's a very quick inning. 1, 2, 3 go. The Wildcats on 4 pitches. And we go to the 7th. Delta Devils down to the last 3 outs when we come back.
No runs, no hits, no errors.
This is the Cat Eye Network. Last ups for the Devilettes here in game number 1 of our doubleheader. Michaela Fleming leads off. And just to keep all of our listeners up to date with the goings on here at the field, first pitch is low ball 1. Fleming was issued a warning by the home plate umpire in the middle of the last inning. For what, we are not sure.
Certainly didn't see anything verbal or anything. I believe she was in the dugout at the time the warning was called. Might have been something coming off the field, maybe.
1-0, popped sky high, first base side, and just like in baseball, second baseman Kendall McCauley comes in and makes that catch. Very Colton Olison-esque from McCauley, 1 down.
Glad somebody called everybody off, because it's kind of another instance where
Pitcher number 24,
3 gloves
Caitlin
were over
Harper.
there waiting for somebody to take charge. Certainly don't want to banging heads out there or anything similar, so nice job to just call everybody off.
9-hole hitter. Caitlin Harper takes a fastball inside for strike 1. You talked about the communication in the field. We've seen that twice already with the pop foul in first base side back in the 3rd, and then the collision between Thais Uyema and Shania Owens that caused Uyema to drop a pop foul in the 5th.
It's one of those things that coaches harp on so much, and anyone who's played sports at any level, you might shrug it off at certain times, but you see how important it can be.
Foul away, and it's 1-2. Remember, Haylene Gonzalez 1 strikeout away from a career high. She's already matched it with 10 in the ball game. And she's got 2 more outs to work with here in the 7th. Here's the pitch. Goes with the off speed in the dirt. Good take by Harper.
Not a bad pitch there, especially considering how fooled Mississippi Valley State has been so many times by that off speed way out in front of it. I think it just stayed a little too low out of the hand for an offering there.
2-2. Swing and a miss. There it is. It's a new strikeout career high for Haylene Gonzalez. Number 11 on the day. And there's 2 away in the 7th.
And again, I don't know that Haylene Gonzalez will head to the dugout after this one, really thinking it was her sharpest outing of her season, of her career, but the strikeout numbers have been truly impressive. Again, Valley maybe swinging a little bit too much, but it's been great.
First pitch swing and a miss. Jade Smith, last ups for the Delta Devils. She's 0 for 2 with a walk and 2 strikeouts. Struck out in the 1st and 3rd, walked in the 5th. And the 0-1 is hit in the air to left center field. Going over is Jocelyn Davis, and this one belongs to the maroon and gold. They take the first game of the doubleheader 5-2. Bryce, a lot of early offense. The bats kind of cooled off, but again, pitching and defense spectacular in this one.
And that's the kind of team that we've been accustomed to here at Sunnyland Ballpark. It's the kind of team the Wildcats have been all season. A little bit of a hiccup in the 4th, maybe into the 5th and 6th defensively. And then, of course, in the circle for Haylene Gonzalez. But you take care of business against a team that you should take care of business of. I still have no doubt the Wildcats are going to threaten a run rule at some point over the next 2 games. You did what you had to do. There's plenty of positives to take away. But as with all of these doubleheaders, you take a quick mental, physical break, get some water in you, and get ready for another one.
Final line score, Bethune-Cookman 5 runs on 8 hits. They made 1 error. Mississippi Valley State 2 runs on 6 hits. They made 2 errors. The winning pitcher is Haylene Gonzalez. Morgan Gutierrez picks up the loss. Wildcats, I click on the wrong tab, improved to 16-28 and 14-8 in conference. Mississippi Valley State falls to 3-31 and 1-20 in the SWAC. We'll take about a 30-minute break and be back for game 2 of this doubleheader on a Friday afternoon in Daytona Beach. Thank you for watching this edition of Cat Eye Network Softball. We'll be back after this. This is the Softball on the Cat Eye Network. Back live from Sunnyland Park here in beautiful Daytona Beach, Florida. It's time for game two of our doubleheader this afternoon as we round out the conference softball season between Bethune-Cookman and Mississippi Valley State. Wildcats took the first game 5-2 as we get set to start game number two. I'm Michael Torillo. Happy once again to have your company. Bryce Wojnowski with me on the headsets. Bryce, a bit of change from the first starting lineup to the second starting lineup for the Wildcats. A couple of younger players in the roster, including the freshman Sophia Coleman on the mound.
And I think it'll be fun to watch Sophia try to take care of business here against Mississippi Valley State, much like Aileen Gonzalez did in the first. In softball, you're not really looking at your pitching staff as a whole as as a plus or a minus. It's always that one pitcher that kind of is there to carry you through the tournament, through the big series. You always have your one workhorse at the top that kind of takes it from there, but that doesn't mean it's not valuable to have a number two or a first out of the pen in the event that something goes wrong or something similar. And obviously for Sophia Coleman, the true freshman, it's a far cry to say that she may be counted on in such a big role come tournament time, but that doesn't mean she can't continue to build on the success of the season and try to set herself up for a good Wildcats career and a chance, of course, at the starting job going forward.
Looks like they're pretty loose out there. Shania Owen just went over and gave Sophia a pretty big hug. Coleman, a freshman from Vallejo, California, product of Angelo Rodriguez High School. She'll face this lineup for Mississippi Valley Smith. Jade Smith leads off. India Ivy, Haley Akers, Alexa Taylor, Hillary Victor, Brianna Troop, Karis Robinson, Michaela Fleming, and Taylor Fuller. Mostly the same as game number one. Akers, Robinson, and Fuller, the three changes. Their starting pitcher in the bottom of the inning will be the freshman from Granada Hills, California, Maya Ramirez. As I think there must have been an issue with the plate area because now we're having to repaint some of the lines, so the umpires must not have been happy with the way those were set up. So a little bit of time to fill before we get going here in game number two. Game one, it was only 5-2. And the Wildcats jumped out with 4 quick runs. We thought this may be a one-sided game, but Mississippi Valley scrapped back, made a game of it. What are you looking for here in game number two?
Well, I think the key for the Wildcats is going to be giving the freshmen that run support. I think giving it early and piling on often. Obviously, if you're head coach Laura Watton and the rest of the coaching staff, run rule is very much part of the message that you preach when you're playing teams like this. Especially at the back end of a doubleheader. Let's get in there. Let's pound the ball and let's get out of here. Everybody wants to go home, go enjoy the rest of a beautiful Friday afternoon, so let's take care of business. But if you want to give Sophia Coleman the best opportunity on the mound to have success, to pitch with confidence, to play to her game, it's going to be a lot easier to do if you have that run support behind you. So the Wildcats, not particularly exciting offensively. They did what they needed to do in the first game, continued to show that aggression on the base paths. Want to make sure, again, at this late in the season, against a team like this, one of the biggest things you want to make sure you take care of is just don't make mistakes. You don't want to do anything, whether it's that over aggression on the base pass, whether it's mental errors in the field or errors in general in the field. You want to do things that are going to make the coaches happy. And a quick way to do that is those little mistakes. So clean up the mistakes, get your freshmen some run support, and let's try to get out of here as quickly as possible.
Only the third start of the season for Sophia Coleman. Her ERA is 11.72. And she has pitched against some tough teams, BYU, Oregon State, Loyola Marymount, Kennesaw State, and she went on Tuesday against UCF, gave up 3 runs on 3 hits in 4 innings pitched. So Coleman going to be a big part of this team down the stretch and into the future as she is just a freshman. First pitch outside to the center fielder, Jade Smith. And we're still under some consternation from the umpires after pitch number one. I'm not sure now what's the issue because we've repainted the lines in the batter's box.
You can certainly smell that paint. Seems like we will resume play. We'll try to get some clarity maybe between innings and see what exactly the holdup has been. I think maybe to start it was that the left-handed batter's box was not the same distance from the plate as far as the way it was painted, but I'm not entirely sure.
Coleman races a strike past the bat of Smith, who is the top hitter by average on this Valley State team of players meeting the minimum requirement of 2 plate appearances per game at 75% of games played, batting .272. 14 runs on 25 hits, low and outside 2-1. A double, 3 triples, that's a team high, and 5 RBI. We mentioned in the first game the disparity of runs scored to runs given up coming into the day. 82 runs scored for Mississippi Valley, 290 given up, but that's smack to left field, and it's going to get over the head of the left fielder and to the wall, and it's a leadoff double for Jade Smith.
Oh, but wait, there's more.
And Smith is going to go to third, and she's safe on the throw.
And that's what we talk about when it's the little things that you don't want to let get to you in games like this against teams that you should clean up on. I mean, we very nearly saw an opportunity at an inside the park home run
Now batting,
just
designated
because of the
player
way that ball
number 2, India Ivy.
careened
Ivy
off of
is
Shania
engaged.
Owens' glove and then out into the shortstop spot where nobody was. So that could have been really dangerous, really fast.
And there's India Ivy. Runner on third, nobody out here for Coleman, and that one's dribbled foul. Ivy, the junior, batting .160, 5 runs on 8 hits, 2 doubles, and 5 RBI. Squares to bunt, the pitch goes high. Nobody covered third. The Wildcats may have had an opportunity to pick off Smith. She was well off the bag, but the third baseman, Shania Owens, was charging. Here's the 1-1. Grounded right to third, and what a catch by Owens.
Another tough little bit of momentum killer for Mississippi Valley State, putting the runner on third to start the game out and then immediately cut down with a really unproductive line out right there.
Here's a player we didn't see in game number 1, Haley Akers, making her 26th start of the season. She pops one up to right field, charging in and dropping the ball is Essence Gibbs. Scoring from third is Jade Smith, and Mississippi Valley State has a 1-0 lead.
And again, just another unfortunate poor read in the outfield, another mistake that you could clean up in a game like this. I think that probably scores the run either way. But it becomes now an extra base runner on as Essence Gibb kind of sits back, waits on it, realizes it's dropping much faster than she originally anticipated. And then the worst part, it hits off her glove.
Given an error, and that one's line fair down the first base line and towards the corner. Headed to third is Ivy. She'll be there. Oh, correction, that was Akers going to third. Akers reaches on the error to the right fielder, Essence Gibbs, and then a single to the first base side by Alexa Taylor.
The batter is shortstop number 6, Hillary Victor. Victor, the shortstop.
And now here's the shortstop, Hillary Victor. As I scramble to fill in my scorecard, that's a beautiful bunt down the first base line. And that ball's going to roll into right field. Another run's going to come in for Mississippi Valley.
You just can't make the mental mistakes like that when you've got a freshman on the mound. Right there, we saw Jessica Alon not covering first base, not over there in time, kind of lackadaisically making her way over there. And then when the quick throw is made over to first, albeit not a great throw, and especially made even harder by the runner down the baseline, it's a tough play to make, but that ball ends up sailing into the outfield because nobody's in their position yet. And now you have to look and have that conversation between your infield and Sophia Coleman and kind of say, hey, a lot of this is on us. Keep doing what the best you can, and it's on us to improve. I mean, you're looking at a drop fly ball. You're looking at an advance on an error right there. It's not been pretty, and it's not a recipe for success when an underclassman is out there doing the bulk of the work in the circle.
So they gave it a base hit as they go down to second stolen base for
Brianna Troop. Second base.
Victor. So Taylor on third, Victor on second, and it's fouled away. This is the second baseman, Brianna Troop. And after all that nice momentum with the great game from Gonzalez in the circle and the timely hitting from Bethune-Cookman, this is not how you wanted to start the second game of the doubleheader. Already 2-0 Valley, and there's only one out in the inning on the line out to third by Ivy. That one's tapped right foul at the plate, 1-2 on Troop. Second and third, still just one out. Pitch. Swing and a miss. Got it with the rise ball. First strikeout for Coleman, and there's two away.
Well, Valley's been consistent in that they've been swinging the bats all day, and it's going to result in some strikeouts, but it's also going to result in some innings like this, where you just continue to push runners across, you continue to put the ball where the fielders aren't. They're being aggressive, putting balls in play.
This is someone we did not see in game one, Karis Robinson, batting 108, no runs on 4 hits, 2 RBI. On-base percentage is just 154. And he grounds one towards first. That's a fair ball. Down the first baseline, it'll score 2 more. It's a 2 RBI single for Robinson. And it's 4-0 Devilettes as Taylor and Victor come in to score.
Robinson, despite that batting average, probably the most physically imposing batter we've seen from MVSU so far today. 6 feet tall, massive in the box. Nice piece of hitting there for her.
A real rough start for Bethune-Cookman. And we may have a pinch runner here.
It'll be interesting to see what the approach for Laura Watton and the coaching staff looks like. I doubt we'll see Haleen Gonzalez back in, especially with this game already in a little bit of a rough spot considering some of the offensive struggles for this team at certain points on the year. So got a couple of arms they could go to, whether it be Alyssa Lopez, a few others.
We've seen Asia Mallory in the circle as well.
Your attention, please. Pinch hitting for the Delta Devils, number 24, Caitlin Harper.
And we have a pinch hitter
for Mississippi Valley.
in the first inning. Michaela Fleming is going to be pinch hit for by Harper, who played catcher in the first game. Fuller is playing catcher in this game.
I do like the aggression by Mississippi Valley State, feeling a win that's been so few and far between.
That one is on the ground, a short. I'll take the fielder's choice at second, and that'll be the end of the inning. 4 runs, 4 hits, 2 errors, and 1 left. And we go to the bottom of the first. Mississippi Valley 4, Wildcats coming to bat. This is Bethune-Cookman University softball on the Canine Network. Wildcats with some work to do as we go to the bottom of the first, down 4-0 to Mississippi Valley State. Not that this Wildcats offense can't get out and do the job. Scored 5 runs in game number 1. So Caitlin Harper is in to play third base. So they started Michaela Fleming at third. Pitch hit for her and now just took her out. I wonder if there's an injury concern there. Anyway, Essence Gibbs takes the first pitch from Maya Ramirez, the freshman from California. Responsible for 3 of the 5 runs the Wildcats scored in the first game, Gibbs, as she watches one high 2-0. Hit a 2 RBI triple and came around to score herself as the Wildcats played in 3 in the third. Maya Ramirez comes in with an ERA of 8.40 as she misses one high 3-0. In 69 and 2/3 innings pitched, she's given up 88 runs on 106 hits, 65 earned, striking out 31 and walking just 10. She's given up 22 doubles, 8 triples, 5 homers, and has hit 2 batters to get her ERA 8.40. And that one's outside the 4-pitch walk to Essence Gibbs. But by the numbers, not a pitcher who walks a lot of batters, only her 11th walk of the year, but the Wildcats have the leadoff player aboard.
Now batting,
And here's
center fielder
Jocelyn
number
Davis.
7, Jocelyn Davis.
And it could be in for a
Davis,
very,
center
very
field.
long second half of our afternoon. If Ramirez can't be a little more competitive at in the circle.
Well, 31 strikeouts on the year. Says she can. Going down to second is Gibbs. She's got a stolen base as the throw is short from the catcher Taylor Fuller, who is different from last game. Last game, they started Caitlin Harper at catcher, and now she's playing third base. There's the first strike of the game thrown by Ramirez. From Granada Hills, California, John F. Kennedy High School, Ramirez. As I said, we have the battle of the freshman from California on the mound. Coleman for the Wildcats, Ramirez for the Devilettes. That's a push punt down to third base line. Charging and making the play is Harper. And she moves Gibbs to third, and there's one down.
Just chipping away at this point are the Wildcats. No reason to try to do too much.
Now batting for the
See that a lot
Wildcats,
from the
second
top of this
baseman, number
Wildcats
43,
order.
Jeff
Really all the way
Alon.
around, especially all the slap hitters. Just moving
Second base.
runners up.
Here's Jessica Alon playing second base in this one. Did not feature in game number 1. And the first pitch from Ramirez is in on the hands. That's chopped towards second, and a diving grab behind the mound. What a play by Brianna Troop. And there's 2 outs.
Mississippi Valley State showing some life. Easy to check out in the second half of the doubleheader after the way the first one went. But staying locked in, making some nice plays on both sides of the ball to start this game.
Here's Brooklyn Scott, who hit a long double that barely missed being a home run off the yellow tape at the top of the wall in game number 1. Came around to score on the Sierra Clark RBI single of the first. That was how the Wildcats kicked off their scoring. And she swings and misses at a ball above her head, and she immediately has to prevent herself from spiking the bat down. She knew that was a bad swing.
Just got a little excited, committed to the swing before the pitch was thrown. Jumped on it a little too soon.
Wildcats in a 4-0 hole, but have Essence Gibbs on third, and that one's smacked towards right, and it's going to be caught on a line
For the Wildcats in the first.
by Alexa
So
Taylor.
1 left on. After 1 complete, Mississippi Valley
No
4,
runs,
Mississippi
no hits, 1 left. 4-0 Mississippi Valley as we head to the second here on the Cat Eye Network. New pitcher for Bethune-Cookman as we go to the second. Out is Sophia Coleman after just one inning. In is Asia Mallory, the sophomore. Her first pitch is a strike outside corner to the catcher, Taylor Fuller. So Coleman goes just one inning and gives up 4. And now Mallory, who got her first win of the season against Alabama A&M 2 weeks ago, is in to pitch. The sophomore from Miami, Florida, and Gulliver Prep. Breaking ball misses high, 1-2.
Not a whole lot of pace on that breaking ball. A little bit slower, a little bit more of a slow break as well. We saw Helene Gonzalez bite late in her breaking ball. This one's a little slower.
That one low, 2-2. Mallory on the season has no record officially. 5 appearances with 2 starts and a 7.18 ERA. She allowed 16 runs on 20 hits, 13 earned, as that one's fouled back. Striking out 4, walking 13, giving up 5 doubles, no other extra base hits, and an opponent batting average of .351. Fuller batting .182 on the season. That one's way upstairs, 3-2. But only starting her 6th game and 9th game overall. Just 11 at-bats, 2 runs on 2 hits, 4 total bases for Taylor. And the 3-2 from Mallory, fouled away. Out of play to the right-hand side. And I think if you're the Wildcats, you just want to settle down a little bit. But that first inning was very much a macrocosm to the microcosm that was the 4th inning in the first game, where the Delta Devils scratched across 2 runs on some crazy infield plays. 3-2 again, fouled away.
You talk about coming into this series looking to build momentum against a lesser opponent like Mississippi Valley State. But at the same time, it can be pretty demoralizing to drop even 1 of 3. I mean, this is a team that the SWAC has handled fairly easily throughout the season. So as silly as it seems to think that something like this could derail a tournament run, you don't want to go in with slumped shoulders.
3-2. In the air, right field. That one's going to drop in for a base hit for Taylor. And there's a lead off aboard, just like in the first inning.
And man, even the throw in from Gibbs out there in right field is sails wide on Callie Erlington trying to make the play. Just trying to bring it back in to the infield. So it's, you just got to be careful. I mean, you don't want to give up an extra base on something like that. It's just not really been all put together. Kind of looks like a team that's ready to go, try to hit the beach before the sun goes down.
That one in the dirt, gets away from Uyema. She'll throw down to second. The throw is just late. And Fuller goes to second on a wild pitch.
I do respect the continued aggressive play from Mississippi Valley State. They see that lead, looking at a chance to finish their season strong. Trying to steal one in Daytona.
There's a swing and a miss, lazy from Jade Smith. And it's 1-1. Smith doubled to left. Her first time up, came around to score the first of 4 Mississippi Valley runs in the top of the first. Bunted, left-hand side, fielded and fires, and out at first. Well, correction, safe at first is Mallory. So now, runners on the corners, nobody out after beating out an infield single.
Hustling down to first. This is what teams do when they're trying to keep putting that pressure on and trying to make you work. If Valley can say nothing else about their season and about the weekend, you just want to make the Wildcats work.
Here's India Ivy, lined out to third her first time up. They go to second. They tried to fake the play. Here's the play. At the plate, what a throw! They beautifully bluffed the double steal and a great throw from Jessica Alon to pick off Fuller at home.
And SWAC baseball teams can take notes, as that's a textbook way to beat that play. Very clearly a double steal from the start, trying to push the run across, trying to grab that 5th run of the game. But instead of trying to commit to that runner down at second, the Wildcats sniff it out. Alon goes straight home on the catch, and the runner is out easily.
And a great tag by Uyema as well. Here's the 0-1. Ground ball to third, foul. And it's 0-2 from Ivy. That maybe is the momentum that the Wildcats need to maybe just settle things down a bit here.
See what the Delta Devils have to continue to try to put that pressure on. They've just, again, swinging at most pitches, running on everything.
Ground ball towards short. Making the play is Brianna Velasquez. Down to third goes Smith, and there's 2 away with 1 on third being the runner, Smith.
Now batting.
Arlington attempted to throw to third there to try to catch the lead runner. Love that play. A little dangerous. Runner was really only nearly 2/3 by the time the throw was started. The ball was nearly in the dirt, so just kind of playing with fire a little bit.
Here's Akers. Hit the ball to right field in the first. Reached on an error to Essence Gibbs as she tried to throw back in to try and get her at first. Ball outside 2-0. Early impressions of Asia Mallory. Doesn't have the velocity that Coleman does, but more consistent at putting it in the strike zone.
Been able to induce more weak contact in just her first inning of work.
Outside doesn't get the call. 3-0 now on Haley Akers, who didn't play in the first game and is averaging just 162 on the year. In game number 31 on the season for Akers. There's one right down the middle for strike 1. Akers, 4 runs on 11 hits, 3 doubles, 8 RBI. Which is a team high for Akers. That one grounded to third and through for a base hit. Well, there's 9 RBI on the season, and the 5th run does eventually come in for Mississippi Valley State. Smith scores on the RBI single by Haley Akers, and it's 5-0.
Right fielder number 32, Alexa.
It doesn't matter what happens to this Valley team, they're just continuing to be aggressive. We've seen the weak foul outs, pop outs, tough luck line outs, caught stealing. Doesn't matter. They're still swinging.
First pitch, a strike outside corner to Alexa Saylor. Single down the first base line of the first. Then went to third on the throwing error by the first baseman on a bunt by Hillary Victor. Ball in the dirt. 1-1. This is the kind of game where it's never really out of reach for the Wildcats because they've put up crooked numbers against this pitching staff before. Just with how early this Devilettes team has jumped on them. There's a swing and a miss, strike 2. It's going to be hard to get that morale back in the dugout.
Hitless in their first trip to the plate. So you want to try to start pushing runners around as quickly as possible. We'll risk the deficit getting deeper and the shoulders getting further slumped.
Hit. Foul ball right at home plate. It bounces in front of the batter's box. Count holds 1-2. Mallory looking for her first strikeout. Coleman had one on Brianna Troop back in the first. The wind, as it has all day, is coming straight off the ocean in from center. Gonna go back to first, safe.
It's a big lead for Akers.
They're gonna ask if she swung. First base umpire said no, but The first base umpire was busy leaping over the play. Well, I'm not sure he could have given an accurate description there. But anyway, it is 2-2. And the pitch from Mallory is a called strike 3. And that's the end of the inning. But 1 run on 3 hits, 1 left for the Delta Devils. And we go to the bottom of the second, 5-0 Mississippi Valley here on the Countdown Network. Wildcats in need of some offense here in the second inning, down 5-0. Shadai Owens will lead off against Maya Ramirez, the freshman pitcher who got out of the first inning in just 10 pitches, as the Wildcats increasingly more aggressive as they fall further and further behind, trying to get back into this one. First pitch, righty to righty, is a ball low and inside 1-0. I think the approach at the plate has to be continue to be disciplined, take pitches, wait on something good to swing at. If you start hacking away, as that one's popped straight up in the air, and it drops. Taylor Fuller never found it, and it just falls right at her feet, and Shadai Owens got away with one. That's almost amplify my point about reckless swinging.
You don't want to be too desperate, I guess I could say, to get that first hit across, to really try to push something together. I mean, you've already shown success against this Mississippi Valley State team today at the plate, both swinging the bat and slapping the ball.
Big cut, and a foul ball means it's 1-2 on Owens. Owens batting .265, getting her 13th start of the year. 9 runs on 9 hits, 1 double, and 2 RBI for Owens. On base percentage of .350. And she faces a 1-2. Here's the pitch, way upstairs from Ramirez, 2-2. Over rotated on the rise ball. We've already seen some pretty nice defense on the Mississippi Valley end. Swing and a miss. Same exact rise ball, way above the zone. But Owens offers, and it's the first strikeout for Maya Ramirez.
Just a late decision for Shania to swing on that one. So look well behind it. It's not a very hittable pitch to begin with. The best you can probably do is ground that one, roll that one over. Just remain patient. This Valley team has shown a tendency to give up the free pass.
Here's Brianna Velasquez. 0 for 3 in game number 1. Pops it up to the right-hand side. Moving in to make the catch is Troop. The easier of her 2 pop-out catches in the game. The one in the first inning was a full-on dive behind the mound. And now here's Callie Erlington, who didn't start the last game, but came in after 2 plate appearances for Sierra Clark. And once again, the first 2 Wildcats have gone down in this inning. Wildcats looking to rally here. Only base runner they've had so far is the leadoff walk to Essence Gibbs in the first. Maya Ramirez has pitched twice against VCU in the first series. Pitched 6 innings in the middle game that the Wildcats won 11-2, and pitched all 7 in the game the Wildcats won 8-5. This is the third time seeing Ramirez this season for this BCU order. I'm not taking advantage of it just yet. Bases empty, 2 out. First pitch to Erlington. Ground ball towards short. Bobbled by Victor, and she can never get it out of her feet. And it's an infield single for Erlington, and the inning continues.
Not a bad effort there by Victor to try to come square with that ball and remain in front of it and use her glove to knock it down at the very worst. But she kind of almost looked like a defensive shuffle in basketball trying to get over to it. So the ball, when it creamed out the glove, wasn't in the best position to gather it quickly as it rolled through her legs.
Officially given E6, and here's Thais Uyema. Two gone, one on via the error. Wildcats still without a hit in the ball game. Uyema watches one by her face mask, and it's 1-0. Wildcats team done on the road this season, except to travel to the SWAC tournament. They'll host Jacksonville University for a doubleheader on Tuesday. There's a strike. Uyema not offering. As once again, Bryce, we have the 2 Friday, 1 early Saturday 3-game series. Uyema puts it in the air to left, not deep. Making the catch is Haley Akers, and that ends the inning. No runs, no hits, 1 error, and 1 left. And we go to the third, still 5-0 Devilettes here on the Cat Eye Network. Five nothing Mississippi Valley State as we head to the top of the third. Hillary Victor, who made the error at shortstop to allow the only Wildcat run of the last inning, leads off. Bunt single, and came around to score on the Karis Robinson single her first time up. She fights one off foul. Nice catch by the photographer down the first baseline. Holding on to the camera, made the one-handed catch.
We're all athletes out here.
Speak for yourself. Here's the 0-1 from Mallory, grounded foul. Second inning of work for Asia Mallory. She looks to just continue to stabilize this game. The goal for the Wildcats is to not allow any more offense. Mallory deals the 0-2. Breaking ball outside 1-2. There's a big danger if Asia ever leaves that slow, off-speed breaking ball over the plate. So far, she has kept it well off, hoping for some swings and misses, which Mississippi Valley has readily shown they are willing to do, especially in Game 1 against Helene Gonzalez. Punched foul again. And the count still 1-2. Victor from Eagle, Idaho, started her college career in Texas at Tyler Junior College. One, two, hit in the air down the left field line. It will be caught in foul territory. Nice job by Brooklyn Scott, and there's one away.
Foul territory at Sunnyland Park is pretty cavernous. A lot of space between the fence and the foul line. So nice job to pick up for the girl in the circle and make sure you're taking care of business, running down long fly balls.
First pitch fouled away by Brianna Troop, who struck out her first time up. It's no, Oakland Coliseum, but still a lot of foul territory at this park.
Especially with how windy it's been today. It makes it even tougher with the balls further and further out of reach that you got to run down.
0-1. Slap towards second. Nice field and fire by Jessica Alon. She's made a couple of nice plays, including gunning down the runner at home in the double steal.
Delta Devils first baseman, number 3, Karis Robinson.
Now there is 2 away. Here's Karis Robinson, single to right her first time up, but was caught out at second in a fielder's choice to end the first. Breaking ball just outside, 1-0. Robinson, a junior from El Dorado, Arkansas, and a transfer from Southern Arkansas Tech at the community college level. That one bounced towards short again. Alon underhands to first, and the Wildcats finally get a quiet inning on defense. 1-2-3 goes Mississippi Valley State. We go to the bottom of the inning, 5-0 Mississippi Valley. Joyce Bloom is in the batter's box to start the bottom of inning number 3. Cats down 5-0. She's the final hitter to see Maya Ramirez for the Wildcats, as BCU has sent 4 to the plate in each of the first 2 innings. Still don't have a hit. They're 2 base runners, a walk, and an error. Ramirez's first pitch to Bloom is outside ball 1. Elsewhere around the SWAC, Prairie View beats Arkansas Pine Bluff 9-0 in the first game of their doubleheader. And that one's grounded towards short. Victor makes the play in time, and there's 1 down. And then in the
Now batting for the Cats. Right fielder number 44, Jackson Gill.
Alabama State at Jackson State. A game that this Wildcats team keeping an eye on very closely. We do not have live stats for. Back to the top of the order for Essence. Gibbs walked her first time up, was stranded on third in the first. And Alabama A&M at Florida A&M. 15-0. The Rattlers win that one. That one's outside ball one.
Well, if you like lopsided affairs, if we want to check in on Bethune-Cookman baseball in action today in Huntsville against Alabama A&M, first of a 3-game series, it is 20-3 in the bottom of the 7th. That game is about to go final due to the SWAC's run rule. Very much in run rule range there.
That one's outside and low 2-1. That's a Wildcat lead, by the way, if you weren't hearing us talk about it earlier. We kind of sat here and watched the live stats during game number 1 here go up and up and up.
And they just kept on going.
20 runs on 19 hits and 5 Alabama A&M errors. Baseball taking care of business today in a series they desperately need. Upstairs ball 3 on Essence Gibbs, 3-1 the count. Ball 4. Gibbs walks for the second time. And there's a runner aboard with one out. Here's Jocelyn Davis, who bunted her over her first time up. The reason it's so important for the Wildcats to take all 3 of these games is they are currently tied with Alabama State at 13-8 and 1 game behind Jackson State at 14-6. First pitch, down to second goes Gibbs. She's got another stolen base. And on to second. So Gibbs has her second stolen base, had one in the first as well. She was bunted to third by Davis, but then stranded there with some nice defensive play by Mississippi Valley State. Let's see what Davis does again. She'll swing and lift one in the air to left. Making the catch is the left fielder, Haley Akers, and there's 2 away.
And, Maya Ramirez is continuing to do what we've preached that arms should do out here today, is just put it in the zone. And the Wildcats still in search of hit number 1, or maybe sometimes trying to do a little too much, and other times maybe just bad luck. But I want to try to remain patient whenever possible. But if you're going to pound the zone, not
First
much you can
pitch to
do.
Jessica Lawn. She puts that one into center field. There's a base hit, the first of the game for the Wildcats. Racing in to score is Essence Gibbs, and the Wildcats are on the board. It's 5-1.
You talk about revelations for this Wildcats team. For a freshman in Jessica Alon to come through and done what she has done with this Wildcats team is incredible. And it's another player that you really hope in today's transfer portal age that you can really, really get to stick here for the long term, because she has been outstanding. She's such a mature hitter, not a slap hitter like so many on this Wildcat squad. A true sit back and swing the bat. She's been so great.
And here's another one. Brooklyn Scott, but she just flies this one to right, just like she did her first time up. Wildcats, a run on 1 hit and 1 left. The Wildcats are on the board, but still trail Mississippi Valley 5-1 as we head to the 4th here on the Cat Eye Network. Caitlin Harper leads off the top of the fourth for Mississippi Valley. They are inching closer to what would be only their second conference win of the season, as it's flied sky high to right. It'll actually be the center fielder, Jocelyn Davis, to come in and make the catch one down.
Valley's living or dying by swinging the bat early and often. Not a lot of deep counts for the Devilettes. They are free swinging.
They were pretty much doing that in the first game, too, although Haley Gonzalez was blowing it by him more than most of the time. They've got a pitcher in Asia Mallory on the mound with a little bit less velocity. And this one's put in the air. That's going to drop for a base hit to left field for Taylor Fuller. And she's got her second base knock of the game. One to right and one to left.
Another first pitch swinging. I would be stunned if we don't see one here.
And it's Jade Smith. Lined a double to left to lead off the game. Came around to score. And we're going to have a pinch runner at first base.
Your attention, please. Your attention. Pinch running at first base for the Delta Devils. Number 21, Tania Party.
And it'll be Tania Party,
Pinch running for the Delta Devils.
who we saw play the field in game number one, running at first for Taylor Fuller. As we grind to a halt again, this proper decorum needs to be followed. The change needs to be logged with the umpire. You can't just put them out there. But the Wildcats, once again, living on the edge defensively.
Well, I'm interested. We talked about it in the first game. The student assistants kind of picking up for the lack of a coaching staff for this Mississippi Valley State team as they were let go mid-season. I'm wondering if it's just maybe the team just comes together and maybe there's a game plan already in place about who will pinch run or who will pinch hit, or especially when the one student assistant who's been working the third base coach role is not in the dugout, who is there to make that call. It's kind of an interesting spot to think about, but and I think that's maybe why we see the delay and nobody's there to make that change with the official.
So it'll be Party at first after the single to left for Fuller. Smith will be the batter. Doubled and scored in the first. Bunt singled and scored in the second. So she scored the first and fifth runs for this MVSU squad in this game. First pitch, a strike at the knees, 0-1. If you are around Daytona Beach, as that one's grounded towards short, could be two. Stepping on the bag over to first, not in time. A fielder's choice gets the lead runner. Alon to the bag unassisted to throw to first, not in time.
For the Devils, designated player number 2, India Ivy.
So it'll be a runner on first, and now 2 outs for India Ivy, who's 0 for 2, lined out to third in the first and grounded out to short in the second. And the first pitch is low. They throw back to first, and Smith is safe. But to finish my point, if you are around Daytona Beach and driving around, please be careful. There's a lot of Jeeps in town this week for Daytona Beach Jeep Week.
I've seen a couple cool Jeeps this week. I don't enjoy them being here, but
Popped sky high foul over the press box, and it's 1-1.
a lot of big flags, a lot of rubber ducks, a lot of inflatable ducks.
I haven't seen the inflatable ducks yet.
Oh, I've seen plenty. I probably saw 4 of them just on my way here today.
Really?
A lot of ducks. I don't get the ducks thing, but all right.
1-1 outside. I just know that when I went to take a walk on the beach this morning, I was met with a cavalcade of Jeeps and just turned around and went back inside.
Much like bikers, maybe in a little bit of a different way. They're very loud.
2-1. Ground ball softly hit to third in a perfect position to make the play is Shania Owens, and that ends the inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. And we go to the bottom of the fourth. Wildcats looking for some offense, down 5-1 here on the Cat Eye Network. Shania Owens leading off for the Cats here in the bottom of the fourth. Time's growing short here in this one as they trail Mississippi Valley 5-1. Maya Ramirez still on the hill, sparing to bunt Owens. Drops it foul, and it's 0-1. Owens, that was pitch number 31. Very economical. And the Wildcats have been aggressive swinging the bat, which has helped her keep her pitch count down. That one hit in the air, foul territory right side. It'll go over the wall, and it's 0-2. Ramirez was in the circle for one of the 3 wins that MVSU has had this year. Their 3-1 victory over Arkansas Pine Bluff went all 7 innings, gave up only 1 run on 3 hits. 0-2, popped up behind second base. That's going to be caught by Troop, who's had a lot of work to do out there. And there's 1 down.
Wildcats have made plenty of contact. Just kind of seems like everything's been hit at a defender. Infield, outfield, hasn't mattered. Of course, that wind continues to just blow straight in towards home plate. It's made everything in the air fairly easy play.
Well, the contact's all been pop-ups. It hasn't been blind drives. First pitch, low ball 1 to Brianna Velasquez. Popped out to short, or second, excuse me, your first time up. It's 3 pop-ups to second in this ball game for the Cats. 1-0, right down the middle, 1-1. Important things happening in VCU athletics over the next couple of weeks. I know the season is winding down, ball low. Baseball has 1 more home series, but is playing plenty of games near to Daytona Beach if you're willing to drive a little bit.
A couple more exciting midweekers. Wildcats have been good at midweekers this year. I've been able to say that the last couple of years.
Grounded to third, foul. And the count is doing 2-2 on Velasquez. Then they'll play Jacksonville, UNF, and UCF in the last 3 weeks of the season. Their last couple of conference series. They're playing Alabama A&M right now, and then they've got Jackson State, then Florida A&M, and finally back home to play Alabama State to close out the year. Here's the 2-2. Lashed foul left field and out of play. And of course, we got a heap praise on Katie Robinson and VCU Golf. Yeoman's work at the SWAC Golf Championship. Robinson, the individual champion. The team all around finishing second.
Just 2 strokes out of first, man. Within their grasp.
That one's lined to right, but foul. Brianna continuing to fight off these pitches from Ramirez. Of course, Golf will have one more chance to play in this spring season as they go to TPC Sawgrass and the PGA Works. Then next weekend, that one's hit in the air and fair. No, foul ball down the line. Home plate umpire called it foul, so Velasquez, who was on second, has to go all the way home and do it again.
A little bit of frustration for the VCU coaching staff. A little late, strange call there. But to answer your question, yeah, Golf gets started on the 6th down at TPC Sawgrass in Jacksonville. We were watching the NCAA Golf Selection Show. Thought Katie Robinson might have had a shot at an individual trip to make a run at the NCAA tournament.
Way upstairs, ball 3.
Of course, we'll hope for next year for that. I think that's overall just a credit to, or I should say, due to the SWAC overall, just lower as a conference nationally, so she doesn't quite get the same nod.
I'm surprised that it doesn't auto bid like a lot of other sports do.
It's a lack of total number of teams.
Full count delivery, ball 4 inside. So a long at bat by Brianna Velasquez. 13 pitches.
First baseman number 2.
And eventually a walk. And here's Callie Erlington. Reached on an error by the shortstop, Hillary Victor. Her first time up in the second. A runner on first, 1 out. Wildcats down by 4.
Ramirez does have the 3 walks, but to her credit, they haven't been together. She's done a nice job of, when the control has wavered a little bit, she's minimized it.
Upstairs, ball 1. Velasquez dancing over there at first. Not the biggest steal threat on this team. Just 5 attempts on the year. But you know as well as I do, Bryce, that anybody on a Laura Watt softball team can and will steal at any time. Here's the pitch. Smacked high in the air. First base side in foul territory. A diving attempt is dropped by Alexa Taylor. And another lease on life for Callie Erlington. Erlington was still looking for her first hit today. Came in for the last 2 plate appearances in the 4 spot in place of Sierra Clark in game number 1. And the 1-1 upstairs 2-1. I think the Wildcats just need to be patient at the plate. You said those 3 walks were not in sequence, and you're right, but that's mostly because the Wildcats have been so aggressive swinging the bat. If they take some pitches, maybe they can string some of these free passes together and then a big hit, cut the deficit in half. That's upstairs, ball 3.
Just got to stay within striking distance. But as you mentioned, time is starting to run a little short. And as much as a series win is always priority over a series sweep against a team like this, a loss would hurt the ego a bit.
That one's drilled foul. You can kind of see Erlington maybe hunting the fence a little bit. Velasquez as well, and drilled a couple of ones deep down the left field line and foul.
Erlington doesn't have a home run as a Wildcat, which is a little bit surprising because she's got a build that looks like she could absolutely crush a ball, especially the lower body, just a ton of strength down there, but hasn't put it together at the plate quite yet.
3-2 popped up on the infield. It'll be the shortstop, Hillary Victor, in the pitcher's circle that makes the catch. 2 down.
Again, more weak pop-ups at least a ground ball in many instances challenges the defense. Even early in this one, we saw the error on the shortstop back early in this game. And those are the little kind of plays that can prolong an inning and keep things moving. But when you're just popping it up, there's not a whole lot of conversation that needs to be had.
2 down with Velasquez on first due to the walk. Here's Thais Uyema, who flied out to left her first time up. Watches one outside, ball one. We saw Sierra Clark with her batting helmet on poking around. Thought she might have pinch hit for Erlington. Didn't happen this time. But would not be surprised if we see her get in the batter's box at some point in this game. The 1-0 from Ramirez. Low, here's the throw to second, and it's well short, as stealing her 6th base of the year is Brianna Velasquez. I'm a little surprised why they didn't send Velasquez with 1 down. And you might have tried to play some small ball to get her over. 2-0. There's a strike on the outside corner, 2-1.
I would say it's trying to be conservative, especially with Sierra Clark, ready to come in off the bench and be that pinch hit and kind of put a charge into a ball she's been known to do out of the pinch hitter spot. But this Wildcats team has never really had much of a allure for the conservative.
2-1. Uyema watches one go by, 2-2. Now Thais has got to protect the plate. Maybe just try and punch one over the infield. With Velasquez leading off of second. Here's the pitch. Swung on, and it's punched into shallow center. That is going to... Oh, my goodness. What a catch. Alexa Taylor selling out full horizontal to deny the Wildcats a run. The second terrific diving catch we've seen from the Delta Devils in this game. Uyema denied a hit and an RBI, and we go to the 5th, still 5-1 Delta Devils. Haley Akers leads off for Mississippi Valley State. They still lead at 5-1. We go to the top of the 5th here at Sunnyland Park. Mississippi Valley State trying to hold on for what would be their 2nd conference win of the season. Asia Mallory still in the circle, delivers strike 1. Akers hit the ball to right field in the first, reached on an error by Essence Gibbs, then singled the left in the second. So she's 2 for 2. Also came around to score in the first. She hits this one to center field. Moving over and making the catch is Jocelyn Davis, one away.
Still some hard contact there. Just
right fielder,
very different. I don't know if I've ever seen such a different look for both teams in a doubleheader like this.
It's almost looked like they've swapped sides from game number 1. Whereas
it hasn't just been all one team's hitting and one's not.
There's a breaking ball strike to Alexa Taylor. RBI single down the first baseline in the first. They also came around to score. Struck out looking in the second. The only strikeout so far for Asia Mallory. 0-1, grounded towards third and foul. 0-2. And you can start to feel it down on that Mississippi Valley State dugout side when Alexa Taylor sold out to make that catch to deny the Wildcats a run and end the bottom of the fourth. You can tell that all the momentum is with the side wearing red and green right now. Here's the 0-2. That one is a ground to third. Nice pick by Shania Owens with the glove. And she throws across the first, 2 away.
Good piece of defense there. Wildcats showed flashes all the time of the kind of star plays that they can make in the infield. But if you look back down to the first and second and some of the errors and some of the misplays, you start to question, how locked in the team was heading into the second game, especially when you're capable of athletic plays like that.
First pitch, a strike to Hillary Victor. Bunted for a single in the first. Stole second, came around to score on the single by Karis Robinson. Then in the third, she led off the inning by flying out to left. And she hits it in the air to left. And coming on in to make the grab on the move is Brooklyn Scott.
No runs, no hits, no errors.
And
no
1,
left
2,
on.
3 go the Devilettes. We go to the bottom of the fifth. Wildcats still down 5-1 here on the Cat Eye Network. Joyce Bloom leads off for Bethune-Cookman. The 9-hole hitter will get us started for the second time in the game. Also led off in the second did Bloom, or excuse me, third, and grounded out to short. First pitch of the inning will be pitch number 55 from Maya Ramirez here in the fifth. And she deals slapped foul over the BCU dugout. Ramirez working mostly up and in to the slap hitters, forcing them to adjust and push it foul left-hand side or induce some of that weak pop-up contact off the inside of the bat.
Seen our fair share of swings and misses, too.
0-1. That's a ground ball past the glove of the third baseman, Caitlin Harper, and into shallow left for a base hit. So only the second hit for the Wildcats on the game. And only the second time they've got the leadoff man aboard.
Got to string stuff together to the bottom of the fifth.
They gave that an error. So no hit for Bloom.
Well, that's a tough break.
They gave an error on Harper. And down to second with a stolen base goes Bloom. Somebody that you can pretty much guarantee every time she gets on, she's running. And they're taking advantage of a weaker arm behind the plate, Taylor Fuller. Gibbs pops it foul out of play, and it's 0-2. Gibbs has walked twice and has scored the only Wildcat run of the game on the RBI single by Jessica Alon. But you mentioned it when Alon hit that RBI single. Jessica Alon and Brooklyn Scott back-to-back as that one's fouled away. That is the future of the middle of this batting order if Laura Watton can keep this young core together moving forward.
And it's so crazy that we have to put that if out there nowadays. With the way the transfer portal has just flipped everything on its head, it's now there's, well, can we re-recruit our own players? And Alon is chief among them as ones that could very well be looking to try to move up or find a different place if can't keep her locked down in Daytona.
High in the air to left, going back, it's over the head and to the wall. Coming around third, digging for home is Bloom. She'll score. It's the second RBI triple of the day for Essence Gibbs. And the Wildcats have another one. It's 5-2.
And Essence Gibbs has had such an incredible last week and a half to 2 weeks of play. She's been so outstanding with the bat at the top of the order. She's going to swing it like that. Almost wonder if maybe you shuffle things around a little bit, even as late in the season as we are, and try to get her in a spot to hit with runners on base more often.
Pinch hitting for the Wildcats. Number 20 was Clark. Clark, pinch hitting for the Cats.
Sierra Clark will pitch hit here. At an RBI single in the first inning of game number 1. Then grounded out her second time up. And then came out in place of Callie Erlington. Now, I wonder if Clark will play the field or if this is just a pinch hit spot.
I'd say in most of the time, she is a re-enter. Especially if she gets on base, she'll likely be immediately re-entered.
There's a first pitch strike at the knees. And against someone like Clark who just wants to clobber the ball, that's the perfect pitch to combat somebody like that, right on the bottom of the zone. Runner at third, still nobody out. A run in the inning for the Wildcats here in the 5th. They're down by 3. Clark lifts it in the air on the infield. And the catch is made by Troop. Well, unfortunate there for Sierra Clark. Another P4 on the board. The 4th one I've put in my scorecard for the Wildcats today. And now one down. Here's Jessica Alon, who had that RBI single back in the 3rd. Chance for another one here with Essence Gibbs 60 feet away. Alon just drilled it in the right center field gap her first time up. First pitch high above the letters, ball 1. Wildcats, as you said, Bryce, need to string some of these together, get some momentum going as we come down. You don't need to get it all back right now, but getting 2 or 3 in this inning could go a long way. That one inside corner called strike 1. Home plate umpire today is Dave Stewart. Bo Drury is at first. Shardonna Brown is at third. And same crew as game number 1, just rotated one position. The 1-1. In the air, down the first base line, it will hit the ground in foul territory. Just a loud strike, 1-2. We're seeing Alon trying to sit back and time that fastball. She's just been late on it a couple of times.
That's where you benefit from working the longer at bats. You get to see the pitches, you can see them again and again and again, and eventually time it up.
The wind now gusting in from center field. She corks that one to left center. It is going to be caught. Coming home is Essence Gibbs. She'll score. It's another RBI for Jessica Alon, and it's 5-3.
As you mentioned, the wind right when that one was off the bat. That was a really good job by Alon right there to put some pace behind that ball, because if you hit that one high, it might blow far enough in that it's a tough play at the plate. But you get it far enough out in the wall and low enough to where the runner has plenty of time to get in and score easily.
And that was into the wind, too. You wonder where that one would have ended up if there wasn't any wind. First pitch high to Brooklyn Scott. She's flied out to right twice. Once to end the first, once to end the third. And she once again bats with 2 outs and nobody on. Wildcats better in this inning, as Joyce Bloom and Essence Gibbs have both already scored. And she pops it up off the inside of the bat. P4 goes in my book for the 5th time in the game.
Wildcats in the 5th. There were 2 runs, 1 hit, 1
Two
error.
runs,
No
one hit,
outs,
one
on.
error, and
After 5
nobody
complete.
left.
Mississippi
And we
Valley
go
five,
to the top of the 6th. Wildcats looking to hold them there, down 5-3. We go to the top of the 6th. It's 5-3 Mississippi Valley State. Brianna Troop leads off for the Devilettes. She's over 2, struck out in the first, grounded out to second in the third. The Wildcats defense held Mississippi Valley to go 1-2-3 in the last inning. Would love another one here, as they've been slowly creeping back. They were down 5-0, then 5-1, now 5-3.
And as much as we talked about the aggressive nature of Mississippi Valley State, credit to Asia Mallory. She's allowed just the one run and really stabilized things.
Ground ball to short. Long throw across in time for the out. Brianna Velasquez with a nice play. 1 down.
Mallory just the one earned run, no walks, just 1 strikeout, only allowed 4 hits.
3, Darius Robbins.
She's actually been really good. Just that 4 spot out of the gate kind of saddled the Wildcats with some work to do. Certainly hasn't been Mallory's fault.
Karis Robinson watches one go past Uyema for ball 1. RBI single down the first base line in the first. That scored Taylor and Victor. Then grounded out to second in the third in her 2 plate appearances, Robinson. Karis did not play in game number 1. There's a strike, and it's 1-1. You mentioned that Robinson, an imposing figure in the batter's box, 6 feet tall, 2-1 ball outside. Playing first base in this one. And we may have a substitution here, or at least a question from the VCU coaching staff. No, it's just to tell us that Jocelyn Davis, who was pinch hit for by Sierra Clark, will re-enter to play center field.
Bit odd.
We get that so late into the inning.
I think statistically, we had it in the book just because we assumed it.
Yeah. And I didn't see Sierra Clark go out there to take the field in between innings. So here's a 2-1. Inside 3-1. Asia Mallory trying to avoid giving up her first walk of the contest. Outside ball 4. And unfortunately, she does give up the free pass to Robinson, who's on base for the second time in the game. One down, one on. And here is Caitlin Harper. And I'm interested why Michaela Fleming was even listed in the starting lineup. She's never played.
Right, because we thought maybe out of the gate it was just a little bit of aggression, taking the pinch hitter when starters struggled.
Ground ball to third. Knocked down by Owens, and she makes the play. Now they go to second, and diving back in safely is Robinson. Another great play at the hot corner by Shania Owens.
A little bit of maybe overly aggressive base running out there. Thought maybe we had a chance at the double play, but snuck back in there. Both these teams just love to get out and run.
Here's Taylor Fuller's 2 for 2. Fastball outside, ball one. Single to right in the first. Went to second on a wild pitch. Went to third on the single by Jade Smith, but was picked off as the Wildcats read the double steal like a book and came home with it. Breaking ball caught the outside corner for strike one. Then in the fourth, Fuller lined to left for a single. And was out on a fielder's choice. Swing and a miss. Couldn't catch up to the fastball 1-2. That might be the best pitch Asia Mallory's thrown all game. Elevated, fastball up and away. Fuller couldn't catch up to it. One more strike, looking to get out of the inning with a runner on second. Here's the pitch. Popped up into shallow center. The shortstop goes back, makes the catch. And Velasquez ends the inning. No runs, no hits, one left. And the Wildcats will look to continue to close this gap down 5-3 in the bottom of the sixth when we come back on the Cat Eye Network. Shania Owens, who made a terrific defensive play at third in the top of the sixth, leads off the bottom of the inning. Wildcats need some offense here, down 5-3. At one point, they were down 5-0. They've been slowly making their way back against the pitcher Maya Ramirez, who's still on the hill. And again, popped up tamely to short off the inside of the bat, one down.
Both these teams have swung the bat a ton to start the game. Just free swinging the whole way through. It's just for Mississippi Valley State. They've fallen in a couple more times than the Wildcats. And the pop-ups have really just been killer.
Here's Brianna Velasquez. Popped out to second in the second. Walked and stole a base. He was stranded on second in the fourth. First pitch to her, ball one. And all the Wildcats really need to do is just string a couple of singles back to back, but really haven't been able to touch anything that So that one's high in the air, and losing it in the sun is the left fielder, Haley Akers. Headed to third and out at third. A little bit aggressive from Brianna Velasquez. Again, she missed a home run by a couple inches. It was off the wall, tried to stretch it to a triple, and was gunned down at third.
You know, for as much as obviously I haven't been on the airwaves for much of this softball season, but as much as internally we've talked so much about the over aggressive nature of this Wildcats team, I really don't hate the trying to stretch for third there because for 90% of her run around the bases, it seemed like they had nowhere close.
Hit in the air to center, moving over and making the catch is Smith. And 1, 2, 3 go the Wildcats. No runs, one hit. They gave Velasquez a double, and then out going to go to third. But that's another quiet inning for the Wildcats. They're going to have to hold and do it all with their backs against the wall in the 7th on the Cat Eye Network. Top of the order leading off the 7th for Mississippi Valley State, it'll be Jade Smith. Smith has reached base all 3 times in this game, doubled to left and scored in the first. Reached on a bunt single in the second, came around to score.
Number 11, Jade Smith.
And reached on a fielder's choice in the fourth. Asia Mallory, who will throw pitch number 63 back in the circle. Delta Devils did all their damage in the first inning, 4 in the first, off of the starting pitcher, Sophia Coleman. Mallory has come in and allowed just 1 run on 4 hits and hasn't allowed anything past the 4th inning. But the Wildcats have not been able to respond on offense. And now the Wildcats are going to have to hold one more time and try and walk this one off in the 7th, down by 2. Or else Mississippi Valley is going to get their second conference win of the year this afternoon at Sunnyland Park. Wildcats already took the first game of this doubleheader 5-2. Off the end of the bat, dribbled foul. And it's 1-2. Again, elsewhere in the SWAC East, Florida A&M beat Alabama A&M first game of their series, 15-0. Jackson State and Alabama State, in the series that we're watching, we do not have access to live stats for us. We don't know the score of that game. Here's the 1-2, upstairs 2-2. And really, Bryce, it all comes down to that first inning. The Wildcats couldn't get out of their own way defensively as it's outside full count.
It's easy to blame freshman Sophia Coleman, but you look at her line scoring, only 1 of her 4 runs allowed was earned. It's not her fault the Wildcats trailed.
3-2. Smack down the right field line. That is going to one hop the wall. It's a 4-for-4 day for Jade Smith as she's going to cruise into third with a leadoff triple.
And that was her best piece of hit of the afternoon. saw that Elise Gibbs out in right field was played way over into
Now that
right
was the Delta
center.
Devils. Designated
Took
player number
advantage of
2,
all
India
that space
Davies.
down there. Gibbs had to run a mile before she could track that one down. Easy stand-up triple.
Now here's India Ivy, who's 0 for 3. Put the ball in play every time. Line to third, grounded to short, grounded to third. And just like the first inning, there's nobody out, and Jade Smith is standing on third base. First pitch is strike, as they're going to try some small ball to get Smith in from third.
I won't get too cute with it if I'm Mississippi Valley State. As much as they put the ball in the outfield so far today, just keep doing what you're doing.
Outside 1-1. And now the chance coming from the Mississippi Valley dugout. First time we've really heard them all day. Ground ball, first base side, base hit, and an RBI for Ivy. Smith scores, and the mountain to climb grows ever taller. It's 6-3 Delta Devils.
And a good job by Mississippi Valley State. Like I said, don't try to get too cute. Don't try to do too much there. The Wildcats defense clearly playing all in on the charge, not so much on that play, but just nice, easy single through the infield. And the way the Wildcats bats have been working today, 3 runs seems close to insurmountable.
Here's Haley Akers. And she lines one foul outside of third. Akers been on base twice, has a run scored back in the first, reached on an error in the first, and a single to left in the second, and then flied out to center to begin the fifth. For Mississippi Valley State, this is their SWAC tournament. They're not going to make the tournament in Gulfport, as this one's popped sky high, and a big collision between the first baseman, Callie Earlington, and the batter, Haley Akers. Called foul by the home plate umpire. Something tells me that Akers should be out for interference, but it was right on the line.
I think part of it depends on if the call was foul.
The call was definitely foul immediately from home plate umpire Dave Stewart.
Right. So I'm rewatching the play, and I don't want to go out and say that it was malicious, but certainly wasn't any attempt to get out of the way from the runner. I mean, it's so quick that it's and really the worst part of the whole thing was that Earlington was all ball. Her eyes were totally locked in on the ball, trying to make the play, trying to make the catch. And so she was completely blindsided when she was collided into, but
Yeah, that's one of those tough ones where there's really no leeway. It is right on the first base line. So if you're Akers, you kind of have the benefit of the doubt, right? Because it's not like you're supposed to get out of the way. It's not like it was off the baseline, and she intentionally tried to prevent Earlington from making the catch.
and again, while Earlington is playing 100% the ball, Akers is running for first base. She has no idea where the ball is tracking, and the more I watch it, I think the more she assumed that the ball was going to cut more into foul territory, and so Earlington was going to get out of her way and try to make the play. So I don't. Again, it's you absolutely don't want to immediately assume that it was malicious, as we applaud Callie Earlington for getting up and heading back to the dugout. Probably just a little bit of the wind knocked out of her. You hope it's nothing more than that. But again, just kind of a really bad combination of events. I think both players just trying to do their respective part in the play. You got one trying to get down to first as quickly as possible. You got another just trying to make the play on the ball. But if you're going to play devil's advocate against Akers, you say, well, you probably knew that ball was foul. But again, just doing your part. Maybe the ball tips off a glove and you're able to get down to first. It's just, you can play the what if game.
Yeah.
And with all the time we've had here to just sit and do it, all the ideas run through your head. But an unfortunate play either way. Again, we just thoughts with Callie Arlington. Hope that she can quickly recover and it's nothing worse than just a little bit of a breather she'll need.
Now, an out has been put on the scoreboard here. Let's see who's going to come in to play first base. It is Maria Galvan, the junior. So no Sierra Clark.
It's like we'll have a
Especially
new pitcher as
defensively.
well. Interesting.
So they called her out because this is Alexa Taylor who's coming into the batter's box.
So it is eventually ruled interference.
Now at first base, number 32.
We do have a new pitcher, new first baseman.
Now, number 12, Alyssa Brady.
Alyssa Brady is going to pitch.
Yeah, I've never been.
So a wild top of the seventh. Maybe the Wildcats will use the downtime to maybe recalibrate here. Alyssa Brady, the freshman from Bristow, Virginia. Also out of Manassas, Virginia as well. Making only her fourth appearance in the circle on the season. And, well, her other three, BYU, South Carolina, UCF. So it's been a tough year for the junior. The freshman, Brady. 5 innings against BYU, gave up 13 runs. Only a third of an inning didn't give up a run versus South Carolina. 1.2 innings against UCF, gave up 5 runs. Her ERA is 15.
It's kind of akin to your midweek starter in baseball for much of the year. Kind of just getting thrown to the wolves against some of the really tough preseason non-conference or pre-conference season non-conference opponents.
So there's one away in the inning. India Ivy on first after her RBI single scored Jade Smith, who led off the inning with a triple, and Haley Akers called out for interference on the first base line. And now it's Alexa Taylor. Taylor swings and misses, and it's 1-1. Taylor hit a single to right and scored in the first, and struck out in the second, and grounded out to third in the fifth. She, to this point, is the only strikeout victim of Asia Mallory. Now 2-1 now. And pitching, something the Wildcats are going to have to look for in the offseason, as pretty much every year. Every program has to look for pitching. Ground ball right back to Brady. They go to second for 1. On to first. Not in time, but they get the lead runner. They go to second and out at second. I'm not sure why they had to go back to second. They called her out the first time.
And even at the end there, she still, I don't know if that was a joke or not for Brianna Velasquez, kind of made a late charge. I'm going to tag you again. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. That was very strange. I don't love the throw there from Velasquez after the out was made. Another low throw against a first baseman, who our first real play in this game.
So now there's 2 away. And here's Victor. Bunt single came around to score in the first, then fly to left twice. Inside ball 1 on the first pitch. Melissa Brady. In the dirt. They throw back to first, and the glove went to the field, to the runner. Unfortunately, the ball wasn't in it. Brady reminds me a lot of Haylene Gonzalez. The way she pitches, the wind-up, how she holds the ball on her hip. Chop foul, right at home plate, 2-2.
I would say the only main difference, especially in the wind-up and delivery, is she kind of has a violent movement of her arms right as she starts the delivery. It goes from the hip right up to the shoulders and then back to the side when she goes to deliver.
Correction, 2-1 the count. That one's grounded towards short. They'll go to first. It is safe. The throw was low, and Galvin couldn't corral it. So that'll be an error.
They may rule that one a base hit. It was a really bang play. They do give it an infield single. I think just a little bit of a slow roller enough to give Victor the chance to beat that one out.
I don't know. It was a double pump from Velasquez over at short. She didn't throw the ball in her first motion. Upstairs ball 1 to Brianna Troop, who is 0 for 3, a strikeout and 2 groundouts.
Technically, by letter of the law, a double pump wouldn't really constitute an error on any play unless the throw itself was also really poor. It'd be kind of along the lines of a mental mistake. So I think that's where you might see that base hit come in.
1-0, low, 2-0. Again, the message to Brady has to be just throw strikes, let the defense do its job. Troop's been great defensively over at second base. He lines one past the glove of Galvan and down the right field line. That'll score 1. Coming home and turning back is Victor. So Taylor scores from second. Victor goes from first to third. And it is 7-3 Delta Devils.
The unfortunate thing there is I think Callie Erlington makes that play
Now batting
9 times out of 10. I think credit to Galvin, of course, hasn't seen a ton of action this year, especially over at first base, but thought she had that ball fairly easily, and I think she overthought it and how quick the ball came at her and kind of threw her glove up at it, even though it was 70 to 80% of the way there already. If she just sticks her glove in front of her face, she comes down with that ball.
Maria Galvin, the junior from Lomita, California. In her third year here at BCU, saw 10 games as a freshman, 9 as a sophomore. And that one's tapped right back to Brady. She'll throw to first. And the inning is over, but the damage is done. 2 runs on 4 hits and 2 left. And we go to the bottom of the 7th. Wildcats with a mountain to climb, down 7-3. We go to the bottom of the 7th. There's a lot of work to do for the Wildcats. They trail 7-3, and they'll send a pinch hitter to the plate to start it off. It'll be Asia Gonzalez, the junior out of La Puente, California, the transfer from New Mexico State. This season, she's batting 139 against Maya Gonzalez, who's about to throw pitch number 73. It's low ball 1. Asia Gonzalez, as I said, batting 139, 2 runs on 5 hits, 2 doubles, and 6 RBI. Towards third, fair ball, down the line and into the corner. Correction, foul ball. I thought that one was fair from our angle.
Yeah, we have a tough look at it, looking through a couple of fences on the way down just to that left field corner.
And I was watching a third base umpire. She didn't signal. Didn't
Must
put
have
her
been-
hands up.
I guess that means maybe it was obvious from their angle. I don't know. It's tough to see down here.
Not from ours. It's just a strike, so the count 1-1. And Gonzalez pokes one foul out of play. Wildcats will close the season on Tuesday with a doubleheader against Jacksonville here at Sunnyland. Also on Tuesday, the baseball team is back in the state of Florida. They are at Jacksonville as they try to sweep the Dolphins. That one's lined to center field. And a base hit. Pitch hit, base hit for Asia Gonzalez, leadoff man aboard.
Like we said all afternoon, just got to string some stuff together. One hit is great, but it's going to take a lot more of that as we see the re-enter there from Aisu Yima back on first.
Uyema. So Uyema's at first after the pinch hit by Gonzalez. It'll be Joyce Bloom, who scored one of the 3 Wildcat runs, grounded out to short in the third, reached on a error by the third baseman in the 5th, came around to score on the triple by Essence Gibbs. Take nothing away from Essence Gibbs this week, or today, just in general. 3 RBI, 2 runs scored, and 2 triples in 2 games. First pitch to Bloom. Chopped past the third baseman's glove. It's bobbled at short, and everybody's safe.
Not a cleanly played ball game has the second leg of our doubleheader been. 3 errors for the Wildcats. They'll call that one a single, but still 2 errors for Mississippi Valley State. And plenty of plays both ways, similar to that, where you feel like if a little bit more composure was there, at least a play on the ball.
So now here is Essence Gibbs. She's walked twice, hit an RBI triple, and scored twice. And so the first one is way over her head. And do you think this is a situation where they're going to try and bunt Gibbs, or is she too hot right now? Just let her swing away.
If I'm Coach Watt, I would certainly lean towards the swing away. It's kind of a nothing to lose type situation at this point anyway, but I would rule nothing out.
Gibbs in the air, left field line, moving over. And it's foul. Again, it's tough to see down the left field line, and if that ball goes towards the corner, we can't see it at all because the dugout's in our way. We are sitting to the left of where the camera is. So the count is 0-1 on Gibbs. 2 on, nobody out here in the 7th. Ground ball into left field. There's a base hit. Coming home and scoring from second is Thais Uyema. And the Wildcats trail 7-4. Joyce Bloom went all the way from first to third on the RBI single for Gibbs.
A little dangerous down there at third. Again, I don't think it was the wrong play for Joyce Bloom to make her way down to third.
Well, it was bobbles by Haley Akers out there in left field that allowed her to get all the way in.
Certainly looked like a close play. I think she made it even regardless of the ball being knocked out of the glove down at third. I think now the only thing you might miss is having the opportunity to get Sierra Clark the bat off the bench, as Jocelyn Davis will have to hit for herself.
You've used her in that role already. She can't do it again. Which is why I don't know why she didn't come in to play the field when Callie Erlington went down. Oh, well.
Prioritizing defense, I'm not really too sure.
So it's an RBI double for Gibbs. And now that one's to left. And down the line and fair. It's another base hit. And an RBI for Jocelyn Davis. And it's 7-5. Joyce Bloom trots in from third. There's still nobody out in the inning.
That's a really nice job by Jocelyn Davis right here talking about a pinch hitter, and she does just fine for herself. Wildcats have remained aggressive even through this a little bit of a rally here. The approach hasn't really changed. I don't know if we're seeing kind of Maya Ramirez running out of gas a little bit, or the Wildcats finally tracking down what they've seen all afternoon and 2 other times this season, but look out.
Here's Jessica Alon. She already has an RBI single in the game. Watches the first pitch down the middle for strike one. Other than that, she popped out to second base with a tremendous diving play by Brianna Troop. And also had an RBI sac fly to center field. And Alon drills one to center field. That is going to be caught. Tagging and coming in. Here's the throw to the plate. Safe is Essence Gibbs. And the ball gets away. And 2 runs score. The tie game at 7. Jessica Alon has 4 RBI.
I think, unfortunately, there for Mississippi Valley State, I think Maya Ramirez kind of worsened the outcome for that when she stood in the way of the throw from center field, almost screened her catcher, tried to make the cutoff play, was eventually yelled and called off. But because she was in the way, the throw was away from the glove.
Let's see how they score this. So Alon F8 with an RBI. Davis goes to third and then scores on an error by the center fielder.
So that's a little bit of a tough play. There's no one else for really that error to be ascribed to, as the throw was definitely wide. But I think, again, because Ramirez was in between the catcher and the center fielder, she wasn't able to kind of scoot over to grab that and maybe save the tying run from coming in.
So just like that, the Wildcats have flipped the script. After being nowhere in this game, single, double, single, RBI, and an error, and there's 4 runs in the inning, and it's 7-7.
And just like that, you erase all the possibilities of, ruining the ego a little bit and slumping shoulders going into tomorrow and all the what ifs that come with dropping a game like this. You instead turn in what could be a really great comeback performance, a gritty win that can do just the opposite and catapult you into the remainder of the regular season.
Here's Brooklyn Scott. And she swings at the first pitch and drives one to right for a base hit. The ball caroms off the glove of Taylor. She's going to second, in there safely with a double. The carousel continues for the Wildcats, and the winning run is in scoring position with 1 out, and here's Shania Owens.
Unfortunately for Maya Ramirez, I do think that we've truly just reached the end of what was otherwise a really excellent outing. Just kind of run out of gas and trying to push it over the plate, and the velocity's gone down. The location is missed middle, and the Wildcats have taken advantage.
Here's Shania Owens, first pitch, right down the middle, and you're right. All she's done is just put it down the middle, basically every pitch this inning, and hope that it finds a glove. And right to this point, it has only done that once. And even on that play, they gave up 2 runs. The winning run on second. Owens grounds it to short. It's through to center field. Rounding third and coming home is Scott. Here's the kick to the plate. Scott is safe. This one belongs to the maroon and gold. The Wildcats get off the mat and land the final blow. 5 runs in the 7th, and they sweep the doubleheader.
It's one of those wins where you wish you could kind of be in the dugout between innings, where there's a challenge made to this team, where it's like you guys really want to give Mississippi Valley State a 4th win on the season, a 2nd conference win. Is this the kind of team that we are? Is this the kind of team that we've built? Is this the kind of team that we want to be heading into the tournament? We don't get the luxury of hearing a conversation like that, but man, I have no doubt this team was challenged and took advantage. Finally sat back on some pitches. Finally were able to crack the code of Maya Ramirez that they had seen all day long. Finally able to dial some great swings on the ball. It wasn't a lack of control. It wasn't a lack of, they weren't able to get on via the free pass. The Wildcats came out and they swung the bat. And that's what's going to have to happen. It's innings like that are going to have to come together for sustained SWAC tournament success. It's a gritty win. It shows you how capable you are of coming back against teams like this, against anybody, giving you that momentum swing. The huge difference we saw from this team from the 6th even to the 7th is monumental. And it's hopefully the kind of win that can carry you to a strong finish in the regular season and well into next week in the SWAC tournament.
Well, we thought for the longest time that this one was gone. But the Wildcats light up the scoreboard in the 7th. And again, all fair play to Maya Ramirez. She pitched 6 innings of almost perfect baseball or softball. And it just kind of came unraveled in that last frame. And even though the Delta Devils put runs on the board in the 7th, they scored 2 runs in the top of the 7th. This game was 7-3.
It's again, I just think it's night and day, the team that came out after the top of the 7th inning. It was plenty of mistakes that you can harp on for this Wildcats team, mental mistakes, a little bit of sloppiness on both sides, but there's plenty of games like that championship contending teams come through and win and will yourself to a win. Really good start to the doubleheader. You just got to look to finish off business tomorrow.
And lost in all of that, it's a first collegiate win in the circle for Alyssa Brady. She was 0 for 2 coming into her relief appearance today, and the Bats pick her up, and she gets that first college win.
And that is what we said coming into the game. Run support was so important. Obviously, the starter doesn't get to take advantage of that. It's not Sophia Coleman who comes out with any decision as a result of that. But you come through and you pick up those in the circle. I think Asia Mallory doesn't get the credit on the stat sheet necessarily with that W that she might deserve, but she was really solid tonight. And although she doesn't get to take home that win, she stabilized the pitching staff after a really, really rough start.
Well, that'll do it here from Sunnyland Park as the Wildcats sweep the doubleheader 5-2 in Game 1 and in dramatic fashion 8-7 in Game 2. The Wildcats win 2 on the day. They move to 17-28 and 15-8 overall in conference. Mississippi Valley falls to 3-32 and 1-21 in conference. And that does mean that for the moment, the Wildcats will leapfrog Alabama State into 3rd, depending on the results of the Alabama State-Jackson State series. Now remember, we want one of those 2 teams to sweep while we sweep here, because that would mean we would go into 3rd place and avoid that 4-1 matchup in the first round of the playoffs.
Scoreboard watching season, this is what it all comes down to. This is what we love about sports. Take care of business on your own is the one thing we can control. And for the Wildcats, you have to come back out tomorrow ready to do that. Do not start tomorrow's contest like we did in the second game of this doubleheader.
And I'm sure Coach Laura Watton is getting on her team as they're out in left field all huddled up after the game. For Bryce Hoydowski and our Cat Eye Network crew here at Sunnyland Park, my name is Michael Twillo. Thank you for sticking with us all afternoon for this doubleheader. And we'll be back tomorrow for the Senior Day festivities for BCU softball, and also softball closes out their regular season on Tuesday. The next time you will hear my voice on the airwaves, it will be on Tuesday, baseball radio at Jacksonville as they play a midweeker as well. So that'll do it for us here from Sunderland Park. Thank you very much for listening. Have a very pleasant rest of your evening, and hail Wildcats.